Okay, so as part of the consent, just give me a second. Okay. Dr. George is here. Okay. I think, okay. So we can start now because there is some technical error was there. So I was fixing. So for your information, this meeting will be recorded. This webinar is recorded for future references. Okay. And Dr. Chaitanya, with
Yes, sir.
the chairman for today is Dr. Vijay sir. With the permission of Dr. Vijay sir, I would like to open the sessions. Yes, sir. Dr. Vijay sir. Dr. Vijay sir, provide permission for. You are on mute, sir. Mute.
I declare the session to be started.
Thank you for opening the session, sir. With your permission, I would like to open this session, and the first part is the opening of the CME program by Dr. Chaitanya Mittal, Secretary, Glafims, India. Dr. Chaitanya, mic is over to you.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, Dr. Imran sir, and thank you, Vijay sir, for opening the session. So I would like to welcome each and everyone who have registered this CME on forensic intelligence today on 13th April 2024. So today we will be discussing many aspects on this about the forensic intelligence. Many national and international speakers are there. So you all will be listening. So I would like to welcome each and everyone who's registered, and a heartiest thank you for the speakers who have accepted our invitation and to speak on our topic forensic intelligence. So now I'd like to invite our Glafims Association President, Dr. Vijay Pal, sir, to give a welcome address to everyone so that we can proceed this CME on forensic intelligence. Thank you very much. So now, Dr. Vijay Pal, sir, I would like to request you to please come up and give the welcome address.
Thanks a lot, Dr.
Dr.
Chaitanya.
Vijay Pal, sir.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Chaitanya.
Thank you, sir.
I'm speaking. So good afternoon
Yes, sir.
to all and happy Vaisakhi, which is the first day of the month of Vaisak, and it is traditionally celebrated annually on 13th April usually, and sometimes on 14th April. And it is seen as a spring harvest celebration primarily in Punjab and northern India. And my best wishes on this significant day on the Vaisakhi, that is 13th April. I welcome each and everyone.
I think there is some
Quick
technical.
Forensic intelligence.
Okay.
Is there any disturbance?
Yes, there was some break in the. Yes, you can continue, please.
Okay. So I welcome you all in this very important CME on forensic intelligence. And I am highly thankful to all the guest speakers, including Dr. George Pal sir, Dr. Yacobi Miguel Yugunda, Dr. Tapas Kumar Bose, Dr. Damodar, Dr. Masood, Dr. Perumal, Dr. Senthil, Dr. Chaitanya, and our patron, Dr. Imran. I welcome you all along with all the attendees and wish a great success for this CME. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Imran.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this nice welcome note and the introduction. So on your behalf, I would like to share one file. So is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, so let me put introduction to this CME. So this international CME, the title is Forensic Intelligence, and it is mainly focused to elaborate, or rather to enlighten us about new technologies with reference to the use of artificial intelligence in the field of forensic medicine and forensic sciences. So a journey to forensic learning, we are managing the Glafims Association in association with Colegio Federal de Peritos, Mexico, and Forum Lex Association, Italy. They both are our collaborator in forensic field. So as you know, our vision for Glafims Academy is to uplift the status of forensic medicine, investigative medicine, and allied health sciences nationally and internationally by promoting mutual interaction between stakeholders for the advancement of relevant scientific knowledge. So with this vision, we are conducting this CME. And the intended learning outcome for today's session is to develop an understanding of use of artificial intelligence in forensic practices, to understand the advantages and disadvantages of implementing of new technology in forensic medical practices, and to discuss the legal responsibilities and the ethical values encountered while using the new technology, which is rather artificial intelligence for the day. Our vision partners include the Forensic Lex Association Italy. Then we have Applied Forensic Research Sciences from India. Then CFP, Colegio Federal de Peritos, Mexico, forensicindia.com, IJMJ, medbeats.com, and qrcity.in. These are our vision partners. Our academic partners include Sri Guru Ram Rai Institute of Medical Science and Health Science, Dehradun, then SN Medical College, Agra, Sikkim Skills University, and this International Quality Management Certification Board, USA, and ICM, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. These are our academic partners. Our business partners, as you know, that it is now mandatory to have some helpers for the academic sessions as well. So we have Virtual Autopsy, Acton USA, and LetPub USA. These are our business partners. Our support partners include Sujata Associates, ISI, this International Scientific Indexing, then CERN, Zenodo, and OpenAIR. So these Zenodo is providing us with the DOI services, and our journal IJMJ is indexed in OpenAIRE, which is a European agency, well-reputed European agency. So today's event detail is this ICME. The topic is forensic intelligence, and Zoom ID and everything is displayed on the screen. Here's the attendance. Please, you are requested to scan the attendance, all the participants, and you please write the correct name in the attendance sheet because the certificate is based on to this. And all those who have attended and this webinar has been provided with will be provided with certificates. So only those who have attended will be provided as per the council's policy, that only those who have properly attended the CME program will be provided with the CME accreditation certificate. Okay, yes. So I think you have scanned, all of you have scanned this. So the link will be sent to you. And this is our WhatsApp CME club. If you have any issues during the CME, you can send immediate WhatsApp to us for any information about any technical issues. If you are not able to join, or if you need some help, you can immediately send to us on WhatsApp and we will fix the issue. So this is for our CME club. And now the office bearers of the Glafims Academy. Professor Dr. Vijay Kanagwal, sir, is the president of Glafims India. And then Dr. Seema Sute, she is the vice president for Glafims India. Dr. Chaitanya Mittal, general secretary, Glafims India. Then Dr. Richa Gupta, joint secretary, Glafims India. Dr. Afzal Harun is the treasurer of Glafims India. This is the office bearers for 2023 to 2025. Then we have our advisory board. The chairman is Dr. Ashok Chanana sir in the middle. And then we have Professor Pragnesh Parmar as the member of the advisory board, and Dr. Vasant Naik as the member of the advisory board for the Glafims India. The topics that we are going to discuss today are the first is the role of the forensic postmortem CT in improving quality of postmortem examination and autopsies, AI revolution in medical education and research, the power of AI for intelligence gathering and criminal analysis, recent trends in forensic medicine, artificial intelligence, legal liability of medical errors while using AI as supportive tool to assist substance use disorder amongst doctor understanding and addressing the challenges. Then the ethical consideration and challenges in the implementation of the law enforcement. So just an update, just a minor change that the topic legal liabilities of medical error by using AI as supportive tool is rather not a presentation, but is a panel discussion by all the experts here. Our key speakers are Dr. George Paul from Singapore, Dr. Tapas Kumar Bose sir, AMB Yakubu Magaji Yuguda, Nigeria, Dr. Gunti Damodar sir, Dr. Vardat Masood from Tanzania, myself, Dr. Imran Sabri, I am from Saudi Arabia. I am from India rather, but presently working in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Perumal P, Dr. Senthil Kumaran M. Speaker's profile is Dr. George Paul is a senior consultant forensic pathologist and forensic medicine division in Applied Science Group, Singapore. He is a very senior and renowned forensic radiologist with many years of practice and undergraduate medical director for forensic medicine at NUS Yong Lin School of Medical Medicine at National University of Singapore. So he is our first speaker. Then our international speakers include Mr. Yakubu Magaji Yugada. He is a biotechnologist and forensic expert and lecturer at Research Gombe State, Nigeria. Then we have Dr. Vardat Masood. She is forensic pathologist, head of forensic division, doctor in charge in one-stop center for Mananzi Manoja Hospital, Tanzania. Myself, Dr. Imran Sabri, has been working as head of forensic medicine division, Department of Biomedical Sciences, College of Medicine, King Faisal University. Amongst the national speakers, we have Dr. Tapas Bose sir. He is a professor and very senior, renowned professor for forensic medicine in India. Dr. Gunti Damodar, professor of forensic medicine and toxicology, RVM, Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, RVM Hospital, Laxmakka, Palli, Mulug, Hyderabad, Telangana state. Then we have Dr. Perumal P. He is a very young and dynamic forensic expert coming in the field. Right now he is in the Department of Forensic Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Kahir, Belagavi. Then we have Dr. Senthil Kumaran M. He is also a young scientist in forensic medicine and he is the associate professor and in charge of head of the department of AIIMS Madurai. So the program that we are going to do today is based on interactive presentations and hands-on. We don't have any hands-on rather, but we have group discussions and question-answer sessions. For today, team for today controller, the chairman is our Professor Vijay Pal Khanagwal sir. He is a medical legal advisor to Government of Haryana, professor and head Department of Medicine, Medical Superintendent Kalpana Chawla Medical College, Karnal, India. Then we have our young scientist, forensic expert, Dr. Ashish Kumar Singh from Department of Forensic Medicine, Sanjay Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. Then myself is the co-organizing secretary and the moderator. The program will go according to this schedule. This is the tentative draft of the schedule. So first we have finished the two parts. Now upcoming is the lectures this 4 5 lectures, 7 lectures, I think, according to the time. So all are requested to follow the timeline because it will help us to finish in time. So all the presentation will be followed by the question answer session immediately. And at the end of all the presentations, we are having panel discussion on legal liability of medical error while using artificial intelligence as a supportive tool to assist. So all the speakers will be available for the panel discussions. So this is the program for today. Our upcoming program is an e-conference, which is scheduled on Saturday and Sunday, May 11th and 12th, 2024. So this international conference is accredited with the UP Medical Council and Forensic Faculty for Legal Medicine, United Kingdom. And we have 6 credit hours from India and 12 CBT credit for the United Kingdom forensic experts. Thank you, and together we succeed. At the end of the seminar, you will be having this form. After finishing the seminar or the webinar, you are requested to kindly participate in the quality assessment process of our webinar so that we can further improve in our upcoming programs. Don't be shy in asking questions. Thank you. With this, okay. So with this brief introduction, which is finished now, I'd like to request Dr. George Paul to share his presentation, please.
Thank you. Is it clearly visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening. For me, it's late good evening to all of you all. It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of Imran's successful efforts to really uplift our society and to do so much for the community. And as part of that, this initiative is very nice. So, the participants, our combined efforts are bring you a sample of some experiences of how, because we've been doing PMCTs from 2010 and we PMCT all our bodies. So we are doing at least about 5,000 cases a year. Now this year we may hit 6,000 from that time. So we claim to have a lot of experience. So how we do it is that we do not have a forensic radiologist with us, because here in Singapore, if you ask a radiologist to come, we can't pay him the commercial rates. Similarly, we don't have a forensic radiographer. So we have trained our technical staff to operate the CT machine and do the CT examinations, and simultaneously we would be reading the CTs ourselves. Once in a while, we've had some friendly radiologist friends of ours to cross-check about are we correct in our findings and all that. Of course, there are subtle differences when you compare with clinical work, because we do a CT from head to foot, and no clinical radiologist deals with that kind of feature. He does it in segments. So we get this overview, but of course the images is too much. So we do head to mid thigh, and then where we are interested, like trauma, traffic, other cases and all that, we do an additional head to add to toes. And whereas the suspect head injury, we do a separate 0.5 mm recon of only the head. Okay, so the mandate is to use all methods in medical autopsies to establish the cause and manner of death, even confirm identity, where sometimes the PNCT is useful. And for that, we have legally access to all medical records and anything related to a disease, including if they kept blood samples, tissue, anything and all that. So we can ask for that. And of course, we get our police investigators to get all the information as much as possible. But you can very well understand it is sudden death the previous evening or night. They may not have much information. Then we go scouring through the electronic medical records. And the problem is private hospital because those might have handwritten records, not digitized records. Then we depend on the IOs to bring all those documents to us. And this all has to be done within 3 to 4 hours in the morning, 2 to 3 hours early morning. Discuss the cases with the coroner, make a decision whether we do an autopsy or we have a natural cause. We can sign it out without an autopsy. And where we do an autopsy, we will do a complete postmortem. Where we're signing out, we do a complete external examination before releasing the body. So, some examples. Like this is an interesting one. I've done a recon on a Osirix software, which you can use only on a Mac. I'm currently using a Mac to do the presentation. So you can recon it with post color so that you can actually see the mitral valve replacement. And this might be useful in a person when the family is not sure if this is the same person. Similarly, this is something interesting. We were doing scanning our bodies and we said, what is this? So then we did the bone window recon, and you see this. I don't know if you all can guess what it is. This is actually a scleral band. You put a band around the sclera to compress the sclera against the detached retina. So sometimes the fact that this person has such an investigation in the past can help in identity. Or, like for instance, in this case, the family, we can assure the family that look, yeah, this person of yours, he's got enlarged heart, LVH and all, but he's got an old infarct, and even there is scarring of the infarcted heart tissue and all that, and therefore assistant. You can look at the kidneys in the right image, and you will see that here that the kidneys are also markedly thinned out. This is other views of the same. Or if you're looking for bony artifacts to help identify, you can see sometimes septal phenomena is only useful if somebody has had such an image ante-mortem. Same is the story with the vermian bone, but a bifid xiphoid might be interesting sometimes. Or again, this is a sternal phenomena or extra digits, or even the fact that this somewhat elderly person, you can make out is elderly because of the fact that even the costal cartilage has started calcifying. The junction between the second and third part of the body of sternum never fused. This is a congenital artifact. Of course, another help would be like you can see the 3D recon of a juvenile. You can see the eyelid crest epiphysis and all that kind of stuff, right? You can see xiphoid aperture, and the one on the right is rather interesting. You were looking at these CT and you said, what is this? This is bony osteoid extrusions from the palate. So we actually then asked the IO to ask the family, did he have eating and swallowing difficulty? They said yes. So this is a slowly growing thing, but it is almost visible. When we're doing the autopsy, you could almost actually see it sticking out if you open the mouth completely. So could be a feature of identification. Okay, this is how radiologically it initially appeared. So we wondered what is this hanging down, and then we did the 3D recon. So the bone window, we made it a bit more fleshier. If you do the windowing, you can come to a little bit more flesh, and if you do completely, you get the whole body contour, so you can see the bony extrusions. Or Harrington rods in this person with scoliosis, and he also had severe kyphosis. You can see the streak artifacts on the metal affecting the bony images. Um, just a minute, these. I'm trying to get rid of the various participants, our panelists' images coming in the way. Never mind, I'll go to the next image. Now, we talk a lot about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, looking at a CT scan, this is how a 3D uh, recon of a bone would appear on the CT. Now, the same skull has a similar appearance on the other side, and you quite often see that the Landroid suture may appear something like this. But we had our doubts. So anyway, because we didn't have a clear-cut cause of death, we did autopsy, and you can see out here, there was a fracture which disappeared on the recon. So if you don't have displacement, and somehow parts of the fracture fall between the two layers of the axial slices of the CT, in reconstruction, it might get filled up. So this and the next image here. This is a 3D recon where I cut off the top of the head to look into the base of skull, and I see the skull seems to be intact. But actually, when you do the autopsy, you find that there's a fracture there. So can you believe that based on this, there is no fracture of skull, or based on the previous one? Maybe not. But if you're trying to use the algorithms to recognize from a CT that the, the skull was intact, the head was intact, you might make mistakes because there's differences between the recon, the radiological appearances, and what is actually the naked eye appearance. So let me come to a couple of cases. We had a case where this case was referred to us because the person had an resection of the bowel for bowel ischemia and had end-to-end anastomosis. And after some time, there was blood in the peritoneal cavity, and the surgeons thought that maybe some branch of the superior mesenteric artery in the mesentery has been bleeding. So that's why they felt it's a iatrogenic death, and they referred it to us. Now we know from experience that when you see that whole blood-filled abdomen, even if you clean out the blood and you take out the whole pluck of organs outside, it might not be easy to demonstrate that where the bleeding has taken place or has it taken place. So in this case, what we did was we took out the whole pluck, and what we do is tongue to pelvis. We took out as a block, and we didn't take the pelvis out, and we first tried to keep the organs facing down, open up the aorta from behind, uh, uh, opened up the aorta, cannulated it, tied it on the abdominal side to keep it secure in place, the cannula, and then injected a dye for the dye to come upwards. And when we did a CT of these organs, again on put in plastic and put on the CT table, we couldn't see any dye coming out. So then we realized we need the help of gravity. So we turned it upside down, and then we re-injected the dye. And when we perfused it and took a CT, you can see that the dye has actually nicely gone into all the branches of the superior mesenteric, etc. Okay, and there is no leakage of blush outside. So we could prove that if there's any hemorrhage in the abdominal cavity, it's not a vascular source. Okay, now this is important because based on this, there's a possibility that it's not only celiac, it's also superior mesenteric also. There's a possibility that the surgeons will be sued. No criminal negligence, but civil liability is possible. To give you another example, this chap had a plexiform neurofibroma of his right cheek, and he ignored it. So he's in his mid-30s. So finally, people said it's growing, it's getting, you're looking horrible. So he agreed to have it resected. Now, I don't know why the oncosurgeon did not initially try to shrink the tumors by various means like radiotherapy, etc., but straightaway decided to excise it. So when he tried to excise it, what happened is the patient started bleeding, and they could not control the bleeding, and ultimately he basically died on the table from hemorrhagic shock. So they loosely stitched him up and referred him to us. It's a straightforward iatrogenic death. So you can see the appearance. So when we opened up surgical site, you can see there are lots of gauze pieces packing the hemorrhagic site. Now, in this, it's very difficult to find out what is happening. So this is one case where we then cannulated the external carotid, because that is the region of this. It's not a inside the head, so we don't need to cannulate the internal carotid. So what we basically do is those leftover tubes and other things which come down from with the body, we sometimes hang on to these tubes because anyway we have to throw them away, flush them and clean them, and use them for cannulation. So you have to cannulate, tie them off, and then you inject. So when we injected it, we found that there is a lot of these vessels which you normally not see because of the nature of the tumor. It's really dilated and engorged, and you're seeing everywhere, but you're not getting that thick flow out and collection that you saw in the naked eye in the wound. So so this is part of the tumor itself. The tumor is a bit necrotic also, so there's a little bit of blush coming there also. So it's not a vessel which is primarily bled. You can see this here. Then what we did was we opened up in the wound the external jugular and we cannulated from below. So what we've done is we have section off and taken out the thoracic and abdominal structures, and from below, because we made a Y-shaped incision, from here we entered and we cannulated the external carotid, because it's external carotid we are bothered about because this is in the region of the neck. It's superficial seemingly, and we found that it's water is pouring out. In fact, the video is not working. Otherwise, this is, you can see a video image of the water pouring out. So when we dissected, we found one of the major branches of the external carotid. There's at the point where the arrow is touching, there is a significant wound, break of, not break, it's a large defect, which is part of this uh, surgery that this thing got nicked. And here you can see the site where the nick was. So you can see very well it's a vein. It's not an artery. And this is the common carotid artery. You can see the subclavian going here, and etc. So after now we open off the took off the neck flap and we dissected and demonstrated this. So it is unfortunately an iatrogenic cause, but could it be expected or not? I think the primary fault would have been, but it's a semantic thing which may not feature in court. Why did you have to operate without shrinking the tumor and all that kind of stuff so that you had an easier field to operate in? Okay. On the other hand, we have sometimes had seen, for instance, on a routine CT, this is, you can identify, for instance, a 71-year-old chap who had his kidneys are totally failed. He's in end-stage renal failure. So they did a kidney uh, transplant, and they were thinking that terminally he was dying because this kidney was failing. But as you can see, the kidney is not bad; it's pretty functional. It's not shrunken and dying like the other kidneys. Or um, coincidentally, this chap had an incisional hernia. You can see the hernia coming out to under the front abdominal wall through this gap in the anterior abdominal wall, close to the almost in the pelvic region. And these intestines are now under the skin, large bowel. And he's got severe emphysema. You can see the large bullae in his lungs. I don't know how, because it's a fresh cave, but sometimes you do find that air has entered into the circulation. This is not a case of decomposition. By the way, this the little bit of air you find in the liver is very common. 70-80% of fresh cases you might find because of little bacterial multiplication. After that, you might find air in the liver circulation. But what was interesting for us is this funny looking thing here. Normally, we get used to having under the skin, either on the left or right side of the chest, usually on the left side, you can have a subdermal pacemaker. And that pacemaker has, if we are not doing an autopsy, has to be taken out because it might explode if the body is going to be cremated in the crematorium. But this is a newer version of pacemakers, which is intracardiac. And this, we are told, we are advised by the cardiologist when we consulted them, we don't have to take this out. It's not liable to explode. So interesting findings like this. Or like, for instance, this elderly patient had pulmonary CA, and he was pretty badly off, so he refused to come for further. I mean, he gave up treatment. So when we scan the brain, you can see there are intracerebral nets. In fact, there's a little bit of space occupying and there's a little bit of compression of the ventricles and midline shift. But you can see these are the primary nodules in the lung. And you can see quite interestingly, there are nets in the bone also. Okay. So these are features we can confirm using the CT. Also, this particular case, this was a local Indian chap who was a chronic drunkard. He tripped and fell while leaving a taxi and fractured his tibia, and he ended up with an intramedullary infarct. And while they were wondering how to treat him, and they were planning this thing and trying to culture and find out what is the organism, is it MRSA and all that stuff and all that, he suddenly collapsed and died. So they said, we don't know why he died, and could it be because of this? Could it be sepsis, this and that, and all that? He said, no, it's not going to cause a sudden death like this. And if you look at the heart, you can see in this coronal view, you can see the LAD out here is absolutely calcified. So he's got severe coronary artery disease. So that's what we certified the cause of death is coronary artery disease, and there's nothing suspicious. So another case, this we had to do because he was a young guy. So this chap felt uneasy while eating. Suddenly he fell backwards and there was a loud thud. And when the paramedics were called because he didn't respond, they failed to resuscitate him. So when he was brought to us, so he was taken to hospital and there also he failed to resuscitate. When he was brought to us, when we CT'd the body, we found these large masses here in the close to, in front of the vertebra. So we were wondering what it is. I might as well be honest and say that if you look in the scrotum, we missed this. We saw this thing and we thought, oh, maybe he's got a bit of hydrocele and there's a little bit of calcification. Oh, some chronic thing out there may not be significant. So he's got masses even here, and you can see this large para-aortic masses. He's pretty extensive. Okay. Got a bit of thinning of kidneys, the liver is a bit fatty because the vessels is a bit more prominent in the parenchyma and all that. What we again failed to note, because sometimes artifactually, sometimes we see the portal vein standing out. Here we're seeing the inferior vena cava going up to the right atrium standing out. So we didn't realize what was the significance of all this. Anyway, we had to do autopsy, so we weren't very bothered. And you can see the masses on the axial that is the transverse slices. You can see he's got very large masses around the aorta. So we are wondering, masses around the aorta, how would that cause sudden death? Okay. I'll come back to this image because we didn't stress too much about it because we had made up our minds we had to do an autopsy. So when we do the autopsy, you look at the brain, looks normal. When we take off the calvarium, slices of the brain, there's nothing remarkable in this. There is no infarcts, no strokes, no nothing. When you give the incision in the abdomen, this mass sticks out. We took out the whole plaque, and you can see this thick collection of masses is partly occluding the aorta and the IVC. So this is the IVC we've opened, it's occluding it, and when we cleaned off the blood, you can see it's somewhat compressing the IVC. But again, how will he die? Slight compression of IVC, slight compression of aorta, it should be a slow death, not a sudden death. When we open up the right ventricle and its right side heart, you have this huge thromboembolism. So he's basically died of thrombopulmonary embolism. And these ones and the gauze are the ones we pulled out from the lungs. I mean, before we could take the photographs of the lungs, the medial surface of the lungs, when we separated from the hilum, they all popped out. So we had to put it on gauze to take a photo. So this is 85 grams of clots, and you can see the lines of Zahn and all. So these are antemortem clots. So the whole picture now changes. He had compressive effects on his inferior vena cava. It led to thrombi, and the thrombi embolized, cause of sudden death. So when we looked, our CT room is inside the autopsy suite on one side. So we quickly changed out of our dirty scrubs and went into the CT room to take a look. Yeah, the scrotum is funny. So by that time, we had not completed the evisceration. So we routinely do take out the testes. So we did take out the testes, but you can see the testes, one side looks very abnormal. So this is the right testes. This is, sorry, this is the left testes, this is the right testes. And when we sectioned it, this is the appearance. So uh, this is a seminoma, and it had next to the abdominal aortic lymph nodes, and those have compressed the vessels, and this led to these complications. So this is the interesting phenomena, and so it's a mixture of going back to the CT or referring back to the CT to find things, and that is how we worked it out. So since there's a shortage of time, I'll just pick a couple of cases to show you all. I would welcome any questions in this regard. Imran, I finished.
Yes, sir. Actually, I was sorry, I will log in from another device to make it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Thank you
I'm
very
trying to
much,
stick to your timetable.
sir. So you are always in time, sir. Thank you very much. Now, Vijay, sir. Dr. Vijay. I think there is some technical issues.
I think Dr. Geraldine Sanjay has raised her hand. Does she have a question?
Let me check. Okay, before we present the certificate, the questions. Any questions? First from the panelist. If panelists have any questions, please ask. Geraldine has some.
Oh, okay. She's asked, was he vaccinated? Vaccinated for what?
Yes, I
Is
asked.
it for
Yes.
May I speak? May I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Dr. George, was he vaccinated, the younger, the autopsy? Was he vaccinated for coronavirus, COVID-19? Coronavirus,
yes.
this thromboembolic, thromboemboli that you showed us.
I think he, if I remember rightly, because we, as I told you, we have access to all the medical records. I think he's actually received 4 doses. I
Oh
mean,
my
the
God.
first, yeah, I mean, last year the government encouraged everybody to take a 4th dose. Initially, it was for the whole people and then others. I think he had got 4 doses.
Oh, because, many of the pathologists are showing these various strange kind of thrombi, in the
I agree
cadavers.
because, okay, so initially what we were doing is, at least for about 9-10 months, we have a lot of foreign workers, some of whom, with the lockdown and this circumstances and not able to mix and all and estranged and probably bad news from back home and all that, some of them actually killed themselves, and the commonest method of suicide in Singapore is actually some of the Indians indulge in hanging, but if they follow the locals, they jump from to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th floor, whatever it is. So if we saw a history of vaccination, we were sampling their olfactory nerves, their CNS, extensive. So our routine thing is that we will keep histo of every case. And we have found that 8-9 months after history of COVID, there are still some inflammatory cells in the olfactory nerve. there is still some very patchy minimal myocarditis going on here and there, but not so florid that routine is, we forensic pathologists are desperate. We get no cause of death and we see 10 of 8 lymphocytes, we say, hey, we got a cause of death, sorry, myocarditis. But in this case, so little that a normal histopathologist, an atypical pathologist would not call it myocarditis. That has been going on. We have actually seen that even I think once we found it in the seminal vesicles, we found it in funny places. Inflammation is going on, but we did send material for cultures and they have not come back. PCR has not come back, so you can't directly blame it to this. So this is that hypercoagulable state as a result of vasculitis, something which has been persisting probably. But in this case, before we go to that, you have an obvious cause of vascular partial occlusion. So
Yes.
before we go to that theory, we would think of the very proximate cause. So we put it as this, as related to the metastatic lymph node occlusion of the inferior vena cava from the. So we did not put it in the cause of death, but we put it in a note in a comment to the coroner to explain the mechanism. Because I think the family was a little upset in this case. How can it be this and that and all? So the explanation was there, and I think they've been. This is a recent case, so I think they're trying to seek an appointment to talk to me about it. Any other
Yes, sir.
questions?
Yes, there is one more question from Sharad Gupta. Sir, we will be able to see embolus on CT. How
Okay.
to identify the cause of death is due to the embolus in a dead patient? This is a question
Okay,
from.
let me show you the CT one. Okay, so I hope you can see my cursor. So this is the aorta. So these are axial slices. This is the aorta.
So,
If I go a little
sir,
bit more further
can
down,
you share the slide, sir? Because
yeah. So this is the aorta. If I go one or two slices down, I'd actually see the left anterior descending. I see the circumflex, the right
sir, we
coronary
are not
run up
able
here.
to see the slide, sir. Slide. Share the slide, sir.
Oh, you can't. Okay, sorry. Uh, Let me share again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, so this is the aorta. Hey, where did it go? So this is the aorta, and if, as I was saying, if I go one or two slices down, I would actually see the left anterior descending coming from here, going this way, the diagonal branches here, and here I see the left circumflex, and from here I see the right coronary going outwards, and then further slices down, I see it posterior, and then the posterior descending artery going this way. So as we come up, this is actually the Mercedes type Y-shaped bifurcation of the pulmonary artery. So if you see in the aorta, this is the color of liquid. This is the Honsfield unit or the shadowing of liquid blood. Can you see that the pulmonary artery has very dense material in it? So when we actually measure it, and how you measure radio density on a CT is Honsfield units. So like this fat will be minus 70, 80, 100. The air outside is almost minus 1000. See, after all, CT is calibrated to water is zero. So tissue will be about 30, 40, muscle will be about 30, 40. And this was between 30 to 78, 80. So this is how the postmortem clot is. And here you can see another branch of that. And if I go backwards, you can see now with that hindsight, you can see even the inferior vena cava and the right atrium seems stuffed. And see the branching of the pulmonary artery is also quite dense. So in hindsight, this is more characteristic of a thrombus. The biggest problem for us, all of you all who are familiar with doing autopsies, is postmortem clots. So how do you differentiate from a postmortem clot? Very difficult. So we do see once in a while this is sitting in a pulmonary artery. We see a little bit of this similar dense material in the arch of aorta and other places, descending aorta and all. So it could be an artifact because of postmortem clot. So unless you inject a dye and the dye gets occluded by a thrombus, it's very difficult to say this is pulmonary thromboembolism. And you cannot do it easily on a cadaver. I know Victoria Institute of Forensic Medicine and all, what they do is, nighttime when the technicians are doing CTs, they take a embalmer's pump, that's a very rugged, powerful pump, and they inject about 4.5 liters of dye, flooding the whole body. And then at different angles of the CT, they try to see if there's any occlusion or not. That's because one of the pathologists was requested for it after looking at this non-contrast CT in the day. They can hold the body for 48 hours. We can't even hold it past lunchtime. Our bodies are released the same day. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. Any more?
Yes.
So Imran, I think let's stop sharing. Okay.
Dr. Vijay, sir, please, you can present the certificate to Dr. Vijay, Dr. George. Your voice is not clear. Sir, unmute yourself first. Unmute yourself.
So it's still muted.
There is some technical issues with the voice of Dr. Vijay, sir.
Right now.
Connected.
Yes, it is audible. Yes.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. So it's our
Evening.
proud privilege to present the certificate of accomplishment in recognition of your delivering the guest lecture on role of forensic PMCTs in improving quality of postmortem examinations and autopsies. And I was very happy that it was a very comprehensive and very brief talk, but still there was a lot of discussion after you concluded the session. So with
Thank you, sir.
proud privilege that we are present this certificate of accomplishment to you, good sir.
Thank you very much.
Good, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, sir. Thank you, Dr.
you, sir.
George, sir. Now, our next presenter, I think Dr. Tapas, sir, is ready. Dr. Tapas, sir, can you share your presentation?
Yes, I'm sharing.
Yes, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. So wish all of you a very great afternoon, and I must thanks to Dr. Shabri for taking this impossible task of uniting forensic medicine people for a good cause, because we are learning a lot of things. And first time in my life, I've seen that we are ahead of time. Normally, we are always lacking in time. The scheduled time is 5:30. Now it is 5, so we are half an hour ahead. So good thing. So we can discuss further more. We can increase the last session on group panel discussion. Anyway, my topic is artificial intelligence revolution in medical education and research. And that education, of course, includes my subject, my forensic medicine, how to improve it and how we can use it. The time allotted to me is 40 minutes, and I shall try to finish earlier than this, because questions are important than the discussion.
Sir,
So-
actually, you can extend the time, sir, because many people have requested to listen to you. Your talk is very enlightening to us. So you have privilege to extend the time. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me see. So first I am starting that all of you are accustomed with typing emails. All of you have the email done or write any letter on MS Word. So what is predictive test? While writing, something come automatically, like regards, like what adjective you commonly use, that will come automatically. How it will come? It will come from the intelligence of the computer. So they are using this intelligence from in the system. So it is not a new thing, it is an old thing. And basically, it is a complex algorithm and logical reasoning. So what they are doing, that what you are doing, they can remember it, they can keep it in their cache, and then when it is required, they will reproduce it. If you are addicted to social media or indulge to social media, you can see that whatever things you are seeing in the Facebook or any social media, you can see afterwards that only related to those things will are coming. If you are interested in travel, only travel things are coming. So same principle is applied there. That is a artificial intelligence to study you silently. They are not telling that I am following you, but it is studying you only. Okay. So it is basically reasoning, then coming to an inference and then discover. So your coffee maker friend, that means actually coffee maker friend, when we go to some place, we are friend's place and have a coffee, we shall be very happy. If somebody serves me a hot cup of coffee, which is absent in this webinar, should be there in the normal seminar. So that will stimulate us. So similarly, same thing, because we don't want to do something, the thing by himself. We can prepare the coffee or we can take it, but it would be far better if somebody serve it, a smoking coffee in front of me. So it is the exceeding and matching ability of human, and it is had that 3 parts: reasoning, infer, and discover. Reasoning means what they are doing, there must be a reason. And there are a lot of reasons, but they have to infer which one is specificity, and third one, they have to discover how it can be done. So artificial intelligence is simply an ability of a machine to think, learn, and simulate human mental process. What we do in our mind, artificial intelligence do it in the same way by thinking, by learning, and simulating. By perceiving, reasoning, and learning, independently perform complex tasks and require human input. We are using simple calculator for a quite long time. What is that thing? Also same thing. They are reducing the task of calculation. They are having that scientifically done with a blink of an eye, we can get the result. So we always prefer that things, and people are happy if the things are done in that way. So artificial intelligence, the background is, it is artificial intelligence starts from machine learning. So we have to teach the machine first. The machine should learn from us that what we are doing, and then it is the direct learning. So then machine can be learned from us directly, and then it is an interplay of 3 things, which I shall just discuss a little later, A, N, N. So what is the utility? Utility is some artificial intelligence applications that will help us to do our day-to-day job, and my recommendations are there. So what could be my discussion today? How we can apply it, what are the applications available, and what is the recommendation and use of those tools. And last but not the least is the ethical part, because always that technology comes first, it will be followed by the ethics. So nowadays already ethical things are coming. So we had somebody is discussing about the COVID. In the time of COVID, the e-consultation was become very popular, but now there are a lot of problems coming on the e-discussion and e-prescription, etc. So it is Sophia, the first human robot. It is prepared in 2016, capable of displaying human-like expression. So face is the mirror of mind. So expression lies in face. Like looking at the face of a known person, you can understand he is normal or depressed or happy, like that. And definitely eye is the most important part of the face, which will act as a very important tool. So it can interact with people, understanding their different liking and disliking. It is designed for research, education, and entertainment, and promote artificial intelligence ethics and future of robotics. In October 2017, Saudi Arabia, the first country in the world, granted citizenship to Sophia. So Sophia is a citizen of Dr. Imran's country in October 2017. It is the first robot to receive legal personhood in any country. So ultimately, it is the future. So they are getting even the citizenship. So artificial intelligence is any technique which enables computers to mimic human behavior. So the basic thing is that we shall train computer in such a way that what a human will do, they will do. And it comes from machine learning, that is all techniques that give computers the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed to do so. So you know about the programming. All the computer language means a program language. That means if you do this thing, if you just press Control, Alt, and Del, the computer will show that the program has to be closed. It is a closed signal, but it is already programmed by the computer language. But in machine learning, there are a lot of things that may come that the computer may be not trained on that, but it will be taught in such a way that even they can answer in some way. In very rare condition, they will say it is not possible. And deep learning is a subset of the machine learning, that the computation will go to the natural one. It's covering how to make it possible. Anyway, I try to minimize the side screen, but not possible. Anyway, so the next one. Now, Gary Kasparov has been international masters of chess in 1996 and 97. The artificial machine with human-like intelligence, and they have been performing tasks as a competitor to Gary Kasparov, and first computer, he made Kasparov to accept the defeat. So it's a great thing to defeat an international master, a grandmaster, and such a famous person in his own arena, that is chess. It is not done by a human, it is done by a computer to beat in as back as 1996 and 97. So what is the utility in medical science? Now we are all doctors and we are thinking about us first. So first one is clinical part, that is detecting arrhythmia and atrial fibrillation. Lot of us are using smartwatch. Smartwatch has got that function of some purpose of an artificial intelligence. They not only record, but they know that when there is something abnormal and they warn us by a signal. Now, emergency detection and sepsis identification. So it can be done by artificial intelligence earlier than the clinical part, because what will happen, that will be known to them earlier. Small bracelets for seizure detection and prediction. So a lot of persons have a problem that when you go outside epileptic patient, they can start seizure. Okay. And at the very moment, they may be traveling, they fall, they may suffer injury. So there is a small bracelet available, which will have the aura part, and before the starting of the aura, they will warn the person that a seizure is coming and you must have a secure place. Now, dermatology apps powered by artificial intelligence algorithm, that's what is there. Cerebral stroke and breast cancer in almost all fields, drug discovery in pharmaceutical industry. So it is now everywhere. So today's scope of discussion is non-clinical medicine. It is medical education and research. We are not discussing the clinical part, that how it can help in clinical medicine, because it is subject-wise and different subjects has got different interest. So we shall concentrate on the primary part, that is educating the students and how it can be done. So she is editor-in-chief, Karsten Biblins Domingo, PhD, MD, MHS. He has written an article in September 12, 2023 about transforming education. So education has been changed a lot. Earlier in our time, we only have to read the books and class was only chalk and blackboard. Then came the slide, then came the transparency, then came now the PowerPoint. But nowadays, students are not reading books. They are totally reading the soft copy or using the electronic gadgets. So textbook business has now going down at a lot, and most of the books has very limited customers. And even it is there, they make a PDF copy and it is circulating. So students are happy with that. Someone may tell that it will help them to copy at the time of examination also. That is no cost, carry everything. Now in if you search Telegram channel, you can get all the books before even release of the current edition. It is available. The influence of technology on undergraduate medical education has a long and bumpy road. Luckner concluded one of his authoritative works on history of medical education in US by warning nearly 40 years ago about the deleterious effect of uncontrolled technology on the development of students. At the same time, some of the brightest opportunity for transformation in teaching and learning have been catalyzed by shifting in technology in 2023 with the advent of generative artificial intelligence tools. Over the past year, society is facing one of those moments now. I have seen students are using writing of paper, writing of say case summary, etc., using simply artificial intelligence without preparation of PowerPoint. Everything can be done with a just click of a mouse. So utility are innovative and variable tool in education. So you know the story of Sir Alfred Nobel. He as a pioneer to discover dynamite. He has done it for good, for something good, but it has been used to cause explosion. So all the good things have got bad in earth. So it is innovative and a very valuable tool, but with the misuse, it becomes bad. Okay, require continuous preparation, practice and handling. So like a dog, it may bite, but you have to keep it controlled. And always machine is a machine. You have, as a human being, it is our duty to control it. We never allow the machine to rule over us. It develops creativity and variations, because a lot of things earlier, simple things like the YouTubers, they used to upload the background music or even the photographs or the pictures. Earlier takes spend a lot of money. Now it can be done by themselves with a very little effort. So they are happy. But those who are in that business, there is not happiness, is diminishing. So dynamic and systemic application makes performance advanced, makes it easy. So always please remember, it is easy, but not foolproof. Some of us must have used the dictaphone. That means when we dictate, the typing has been done automatically in the screen. But have you checked it? If you don't believe it that in full form, you will be in deep trouble, because there are some so-called mistake that it will ultimately may ruin you. Like changing into some slang or some other thing. So these are the thing you must identify. You know all these things. These are very popular now. Chat GPT now 4.0 is going, 3.5 is free. Next is Narkit. Then the most popular one is now this. This is Claude AI. All are free. So no need of cost. You can use for the recent version or for some specific work. You have to incur some cost, but most of the works can be done without any cost. So everybody will be very happy that we can do it and nothing goes out of my pocket. give you one example. This is what I use in Cloud API. That if I take something, this is a YouTube scene by one of my colleague. You want a Bengali couple in a sick room scene. It came instantly. I'm sorry, I cannot show it. He's using it. So he told me that please don't show it because I may be having some bad remarks. Anyway, so immediately this first when I get the proposal that I have to deliver something with artificial intelligence, I have tried it. And I have got a very good presentation that I will show you at the end part. That's what artificial intelligence can do without any effort. Okay. So it enhances learning experience. It has got specific benefit and of course challenge. It and personalized training learning is required. So whatever you want, that is known as prompt. Prompt is just one means your order. What you want, I shall serve. Just like a cafe, just like a hotel, you sit there, you order as per your choice, the food will come like that, it is same. And they will analyze and they will perform and they will do the task as far as practicable, but please always use the salt and pepper separately because something will be lacking, as I have seen that. Okay. So next one is, so provide customized lesson plan. And if you want to do a 10 slide points or anything, you have to present something in the next day, any protocol, that will come automatically. Specific prompt is very important, that what you specifically want. And personalized recommendation, then you can change it, you can amend it. Then another important thing that we can assess the students' progress also by the artificial intelligence, that what the students are doing. There are a lot of apps available. The feedback, etc. earlier was a very difficult task, and taking online exams and the education part of the student has changed radically. Just a simple app, you can take online polling instantly. You can feel the pulse of the students, what they want, what they don't want, and the feedback, it comes just in a fraction of a second. So in the class itself, by sharing a QR scan, or they can share it from your presentation also. So it decreased teachers' workload. So teaching was a horrendous task earlier times, when I can still remember when I first have taken my classes, it was given to me by the then HOD for 1 hour. So I have prepared, I told in front of the mirror, I standing in front of my wife and be ready. And when I go there in the class, within half an hour, I finished everything. And I thought I have told everything. So why it happened? Because the load is too much. Because that stress gave me that thing that I am afraid. But in artificial intelligence, it is work is done just like a magic. I think those who have used it, they know it very well. It will give you study plan. Say before examination. Yeah, just recently we have got our examination. So just they have put the semester questions, the Cloud AI, you can put the PDF and just still that make the sequence, what is more important. That means which comes more, which is repeated. So questions which are repeated in different college are definitely more chance to come. And this year examination, around 60% they have come. Anyway, it is a 4:1 support. Normally we require support when we are handicapped, but artificial intelligence is a support, virtual support. We don't require anybody. Okay, so it will give you a pleasure of the virtual teaching also. But the bias in the data used to train AI. So AI training the data, I have already told that you should use all the data with a pinch of salt, because everything may not be perfect, may not be real, may have something to do. Because our subject, like forensic medicine or any other subjects, they are not much information they have. They will do it, but they will have their only in ChatGPT or Cloud AI. You can search anything in forensic medicine. Say write 10 lines on identification or 10 lines on 10 points. You will see that out of 10, 9 may be okay, but 1 point required change. Okay. So there is a controversy about whether it will be ultimate alternative to human teachers or not, because human is human and teachers are teachers. So I can just cite one example where in New Delhi, I went for a function where the central health minister that time, he was not given ticket this time because I'm becoming old. I forgot the name. A doctor, he was health minister at that time. He came, all of us stood up, and he immediately goes down, keeping his knee on the ground and head on the floor. So we become puzzled what he's doing. He told that I have got the maximum respect to you because there are two things in the society which require maximum respect. One is doctor, another is teacher. Because one will save life like God, and another will make us to be a human. And you are combo of those, doctor and teacher. So I still remember Dr. Harshvardhan. Of that time she was minister. Now, so lack of judicial use. Now, if we use everything, excess of everything is bad. So injudicious use now the problem is somebody may do something with lot of effort, but the evaluator may think, oh, he has been doing it by using AI. So that is the problem. And always participation is good. We always in group discussion or others, we believe we have here also we come together. I am speaking and people are listening. So it is more than one. But here participant is not required. You are all in all. So just one example, this prompt I have been given. Have you ever thought of taking a class with a single slide? I have given a prompt that management of snake bite in one slide. So ChatGPT has prepared this. Just see it. All the points are there. Emergency contact, then first aid kit, then common venomous snake, types of snake venom, prevention, immediate action, do and don't, and treatment. So in one slide, if I know, these are all the points, the headlines we require, and we can talk. So like this, it can be used quite used for poster presentation. You can give a prompt to prepare a poster. So it will be a beautiful poster like that. So in medical research, come to the research. So it has got seamless research design. Whatever design you want, it will give. Apart from this forensic part, this research has a lot of input there. It can search any literature, that is meta study, etc., can be done very easily without effort. You can make abstract of an article. You can make a synopsis. You can interpret results of different articles. You can finding what is there or not. You can check for plagiarism. You can do the drafting. You can finding key points to paraphrase and identifying gap in the knowledge. So it is basically all in one, a blessing in the research work. So a lot of these apps are available and for this research Pal, Paper Pal, ChatGPT, LEC. So specific ChatGPT is general and others are specific for this research, this plagiarism check, etc. So, and almost all are free except for some advanced work. So you can do research nicely, because when you start a research, it asks you what should be the suitable topic, was it reliable, has anyone done it before, I'm not copying somebody, what is these papers available, how to do it, with what are the logistics required, if that logistic is not available, can it be done in some other way, all answers you can get, and that within minimum half an hour, 15 minutes time. So it is amazing. Now just write this. I have also done in ChatGPT. Please write 3 multiple choice questions with answer based on following text. That is for Indian Viper bite, the 20 WBCT, 20 minutes is recommended by some investigator. So this is the prompt I have been given, and he has prepared it immediately. Okay. So in the left side, you can get things I have used about this translation required, snake bite clinical. All last one is in medical education, creating cartoon from photo, etc. So ChatGPT, they have prepared this question. I'm giving only one question because the time is very important, and definitely 5:25. So I started at 5. So another 15 minutes. So ChatGPT, what is crucial to discard a reconstituted antivenom solution if it appears to any extent? There are 4 options, A, B, and C. You can read it. This MCQ is as per standard. It has got very clearly all of the above, none of the above, and the streams and the things are clear. There is no controversy, and the answer is given. Okay, so in that way you can prepare. Now you try to play with the audio. So audio, you can build media asset before signing into a paid plan. You can just search NaraKit, and you can find different tools, different voice, etc., changing from male to female, adding voices. Similarly, this Adobe Express was there. You can animate from audio. Whatever you like, you can do with this animated skill. So this is a theme preview, body text. You just you can whatever color you can use, etc. I think I have done one thing, that is a PowerPoint presentation showing communication skill of breaking bad news based on spikes. So it has been done. So it is you can do it effectively. This is the PowerPoint they have prepared. Breaking bad news. Okay, so importance of effective communication. All this good in 8 or 10 slides for small presentation with picture, with sound, with diagram. That is your choice. So I'm coming to AI in forensic medicine and toxicology, and I've got no hesitation to say it is prepared by AI. So I have given this prompt to AI, and he has prepared it. Of course, I have done some changes and some revision, but the structure is done by AI. So artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the fields of forensic medicine and toxicology, enabling advanced analysis of complex data to uncover viral insight from DNA analysis to toxicological examination. AI tools are enhancing forensic investigation and accelerating the identification of crucial evidences. So what is the overview? What we can do? Forensic medicine involves the application of medical knowledge for crime and law, and toxicology, crucial role for presence of toxic substance in the body, and collaborative approach, forensic medicine and toxicology work hand in hand to provide insight into the criminal case. That is our main theme, to help the law enforcing agency to justice. Now, AI. So we can do analysis of forensic data. Artificial intelligence aids in analyzing large volume of forensic data efficiently, very efficiently for research work or for any other work. All AI assist in identifying toxins and analyzing their effects on the human body. So it can analyze toxin and what is their effect. Now you have heard about the call center in toxicology. Just they will advise, knowing through some person who has taken poison. Not required, you can just do it here better than that, because his software, their software may be backdated, they have got some other problems. So pattern recognition, AI helps in recognizing patterns of forensic evidence and facilitating investigations. So what are further application? Autopsy analysis. It assists in analyzing autopsy finding or cause of death. So there may be different findings in autopsy. So which one is precisely be the cause of death can be done by analysis. You just put the PDF of the autopsy report in Claude AI and ask him, please give me the report. He will analyze. If you want to say analyze, if you want to say further opinion is required, if you want to ask about the precise time since death, all answers will come. Forensic imaging, that already told by Dr. George Paul, and it's difficult to have speak after him. He speaks so nicely. So I'm not going into anything. Using artificial intelligence to interpret and enhance image in forensic investigation, and with the modern things like the the digital things like the MRI and CT and PET CT, all are there. And evidence evaluation, artificial intelligence aids in evaluating forensic evidence for criminal investigation. There are so many evidence. Which one is required? For the police people, for the investigator, which angle is more better and which is a better way to do. So AI application in toxicology analysis, I'm giving one example. Artificial intelligence in algorithms can be easily interpret complex toxicological data, aiding in the identification of hazardous compound and their effects on organism. And machine learning model can analyze patterns in toxicology data, improving the prediction and assessment of potential toxicity. So this is the way they can act. So benefit, it can cause efficient data analysis. So large amount of data, we are puzzled with that. That can be easily analyzed. Predictive modeling, artificial intelligence enables the creation of predictive model for identifying potential forensic outcome and toxicological effects. Say, in case of some mystery, if you put and ask that what should be the prediction, he will say 2, 3, 4, like that. You can ask about that. Give 2 reasons or 3 reasons in different angle. He will answer, and it is you to think. Enhance accuracy. AI-powered tool can reduce human error, complex analysis, lending to more precise forensic and toxicological result, and streamlined workflow. Integration of AI systems that streamline forensic process and toxicological analysis, improving overall operational efficiency. Now, what are the challenges? Number one is quality of data. That is a great thing in forensic medicine, because in most of the researchers, they try to do something, but when they're unable to do, they make squatter. That means using forged data. So that data quality, the data is not correct. If the quality of the food is ingredient is not correct, the food will be bad, same thing. Okay, so it will be limited or biased. Interdisciplinary obstacles. Integrating AI into traditional forensic and toxicological methods pose challenge in interdisciplinary collaboration and the integration of new technology into established process. So it is a clean-cut issue that interdiscipline, we have got a lot of problems. Ethical concern. AI raises ethical dilemma, including privacy issue, bias in algorithm, and the responsibility for decision-making in legal process, especially in sensitive forensic cases. Education and training. The knowledge and training required for professionals to effectively utilize AI tools in forensic investigation may create a barrier during the rapid advancement in technology. In this point, I have to say something that if you have got interest to learn, you can learn. There is no bar in knowing. And if you say, I can do, you can do it. I have received no training in this AI. Just read it, heard somewhere, then try it. Similarly, though coding, etc., this ICD, ICF, these are not part of the forensic part, but I have given a national trainer in that just by self-education. I have taken some class here in absence of the scheduled speaker of community medicine, and they have the other peoples there, Government of India people, they have appointed me. I have taken class almost all over India on these things which are not at all related to forensic medicine, that is coding. How? Because this education and training should come from inside, not from outside. If you don't want to know, nobody can make you learn it. And if you want to know, nothing is a bar. You can learn anywhere, anytime, and all other excuses are there. I've got no time, I'm busy, like that. So ethical considerations come like this data privacy, because everywhere data is a sensitive thing. So sensitive information may go into the unauthorized access. You are putting it to some other agency. You don't know how they are using algorithm. Ensuring algorithm do not perpetuate existing bias, because there are some statistics and other things has got lot of bias. So while you do that, we should be very careful. That can be done by human, but the machine may not have that belief, that bias. Human oversight. Ensuring human experts have final decision-making authority. All the great decisions of civilization has been taken by human, not by a machine. Okay, so ultimately human is human and machine is machine. And last, you cannot put a machine into the jail. So accountability is very lost. Because establishing responsibility for AI-generated outcome, who will be responsible? I put the prompt, then machine has calculated it, then some third party has used it. So who is responsible? And nobody is saying that I am perfect. So it is you to judge who is responsible. So future trend for AI in forensic medicine, we can try for advanced detection, that is detection method for precise analysis, automation integration of AI for automated evidence processing and analysis, and predictive analysis for forensic and toxicological outcome. I can show you some illustration. So examples of segmentation process for a particular issue, 3D structure is taken from internet. It's not my test, like Professor George Pell and the CBCT and interoral. You can see that we can see in such a way that we can see everything already discussed. So another one, that is a complex 3D visualization. Training a 3D has never been performed before, and what a consideration. Third one, 3D cephalometric analysis for identification, that is comparison of the morphometric things for the identity. The skull is available, you know about the superimposition and other things that can be done more precisely and accurately with AI. Now, this 3D about change of face, because frequently the criminals will change the face. Here, the original one is the second one. Then how he will looking in younger, how he will look in old. You can change your face, anything. You can become how you look in old age, how you look when you are in age of 5 years, like that. So you can change your face. Everything will be okay. Nobody can believe that it's not you. So you have seen this is used in advertisement of lot of dignitaries, and now there is a bad use of it. That is cutting the trunk and putting the face of, say, famous person and using it for some ulterior motive. In election is coming, they are using it in election, that this leader has told like this. All these things, even the voice. If you have the sample of voice, you can make duplication of the same voice. And it will be difficult for even the forensic scientist to decipher, because whether it is real or not, a lot of trouble is this thing. Perhaps the name I have forgotten, Sky something, some name is given, where a photo, the 2 persons are mixed, 3 persons are mixed, all these things. Has lot used in VFX and movie. So last come the end part is ethics. So ethical conduct and emerging ethical issue and provide framework. Now ethical guideline for application of artificial intelligence is already published for biomedical research and healthcare by our parent body, ICMR. It is available free of cost and downloadable. You can read it. You can get a lot of information about the ethical part, that how we are emerging ethical issues are coming and how to do the framework and governance. So governance, the 4 basic principles here also is same. Autonomy, should not interfere or override other people's interests. Beneficence should be done for the good. At least non-maleficent, should not do any harm. We should do collaboration with the patient's interest. The interest of the patient is the first. Risk minimization and safety, and AI tool should be used for safe use only, and data privacy. These are the fundamental things written in this book about the artificial intelligence. So accountability and liability, who will be accountable, internal and external, how it is to be accessible, and how the data should be as equally available to all. Trustworthiness, whether this data is trustful or not. That means the testing, etc., to be done. Non-discrimination, fairness about the economic, cultural, socio-political influence, etc. Optimization and data quality training must be free from all possible breaches. So conclusion and implication in the field. As artificial intelligence continues to advance, its role in forensic medicine and toxicology hold promise for more accurate and efficient analysis. This quicker resolution of cases and better understanding of toxicological effects. However, ethical considerations and need of the humans must be carefully balanced, and to ensure the responsible and efficacy of AI in the critical field. It is a very good thing, but should be in the good hand. So whenever any person would like to use it for this. So my recommendation is build up a community of judicial practice. Still we are in dark, what is judicial and what is injudicious. Incorporating UG and PG medical education and research in all subjects, there is no bar. Encourage teacher to apply in CBME and 8Com module, now the NMC curriculum. Encourage students to use AI judiciously. Incorporate AI demonstration as pre-conference workshop to make it penetration. I've already told there are 4 things. The first stage is now going on, that is shouting. The President Mugabe of Africa, Uganda's president, he was a village head. When lion come to the village, he told, you don't have to do anything, just shout. So we are now shouting about it. Then it will come to the society as starring. It will star into the minds of the people. Then we can get the result. And AI-based innovative session from the next national conference of all discipline, there should be some session based on AI. So these are my reference. There are a lot of reading materials, lot of apps, and lot of other things, and you can do whatever you like. Just search. I want to put, say, for example, I want a music piece, which is no copyright, nothing. and this is the situation. It will come like that. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And again, this is my number. This is my mail. Someone asked for email ID of Dr. Pal. Perhaps he has missed. He has given it in the beginning. So I request that all the speakers' email ID so that the participants can contact by WhatsApp or email according to their life in any file. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. So I am happy if there is some questions.
Yes, I have Tahi Khan. I have a question. Tahi,
Sure.
can you go ahead?
Please.
Tahi Khan. Tahi Khan, you can speak. Okay, I think there's some issue, so I will read
Right.
it. Sir, what is the legal standing of AI in Pakistan? Use of AI is not so developed and practiced routine diagnosis. So in courtroom, how can it be accepted and legal document? What is the status in your country?
So nowadays, again, I am just repeating the same thing that technology comes first, then ethics. So you can simply think that regarding the lie detection, when there is this narco, one after lie detection, etc., all nothing is accepted in court of law because it is new. But ultimately, they have accepted the latest one. That is the last one is, I think, but maybe I'm becoming old, gradually forgetting the things. Anyway, so similarly in the initial stage, it is in a teething stage. It is not much used now. It is only used now mostly for the play, mostly for the social media, mostly for games and for the entrepreneurs and for the management people, who have got rush. That means they have to load a presentation, etc. So in legality, still it is doubtful. I mean, my belief is it will be ultimately accepted. But the theme is, it is not that nothing is written, that it is artificial intelligence. You are preparing it and you are ready. Say, suppose you use the AI to prepare some paper or prepare some document. Okay. But nowhere it is written, it is prepared by AI. I've shown you the presentation at the end. It is prepared by AI, but you won't, if I not tell you, you won't get it. So similarly, court will not understand where from it will come, that AI is used or not. That is another thing, though it is concealing something. And but the legal status of AI, just recently, the ethical part has come out. I think it will come later. Law is a very slow moving thing. And regarding the new thing, that if it comes every day, anything new will come any day. So we must accept that with some caution.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Vijay Pal Khanagwal, our chairman, sir, to present the certificate to you.
Thank you, sir.
With great honor to Professor Tapas Kumar Bose, the certificate of accomplishment is being presented to you, sir, for delivering the guest lecture on artificial insemination. Artificial intelligence revolution in medical education and research in the CME, which is being organized jointly by Glafims India and Colegio Federal de Peritos, Mexico. And we are really very thankful to you for delivering such a nice talk. And it was really appreciated by everyone.
I'm honored, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering the certificate. I don't think there is any question, and I can see our next presenter is ready. Before he start, I will introduce him. Our next presenter is from Nigeria, Mr. Yakubo Magaji Yuguda. He is a biotechnologist from Nigeria, and he's a forensic expert and lecturer at Researchers Gombe State University. And he is also the country head of Glafims Nigeria. He is responsible for establishing our Glafims activity in Nigeria. So he is the country head for Glafims Nigeria. Dr. Yakubu, dice is with you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imran. Please permit me to share my screen.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, make it as a slideshow.
Thank you very much. Once again, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone.
Dr. Yakubu, make it as a slideshow.
All right. Sorry.
Yes. Okay, now, please go ahead.
So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. As I was earlier introduced by Dr. Imran, I'm Yakubu Magaji Yoguda from Nigeria. So it was a very great opportunity to be in your mix, to utilize this media to share my expertise on the power of artificial intelligence for intelligence gathering and criminal analysis. And to my own excitement, Dr. Tapas has elaborated everything about artificial intelligence. I have listened to his presentation very well, and I was very excited and very comfortable that I would just go straight forward to my presentation because he has elaborated everything, almost everything. So thank you very much, Dr. Tapas. So I'm going to present on the power of artificial intelligence for intelligence gathering and criminal analysis. So artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the way we collect, analyze, interpret data to combat crime and enhance security. So artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in modern intelligence gathering, enhancing the efficiency. AI enhances the efficiency and effectiveness of this process, the way we collect, analyze, and interpret data in criminal analysis. And also, several applications of artificial intelligence demonstrate the integration of artificial intelligence into intelligence operations. So artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in enhancing forensic intelligence gathering by automating and improving various processes. So as we all know, during the process of intelligence gathering, there are a lot of procedures, there are a lot of methods, there are a lot of operations that we undergo. On normal human being to operate on this particular aspect, there are a lot of serious challenges, bias, and operational difficulties and human errors that interfere in intelligence gathering and criminal analysis. So with the aid of the evolvement of artificial intelligence, so a lot of ease and a lot of improvement, advancements have been made in the aspect of intelligence gathering. So therefore, crime analysis involves the systemic study of crime and disorder problems, as well as other police-related issues, including traffic crashes, quality of life concerns, and others. So as we all know, law enforcement agencies and also in medicine, in research, in academia, there are a lot of difficulties or challenges that we are facing right now with the kind of conventional methods that we do employ in our normal day-to-day operations in all these particular aspects. So with the evolvement of artificial intelligence, a lot of operational difficulties or a lot of operational challenges have been overcome, which has been elaborated by Dr. Tapas. So he also mentioned the application of artificial intelligence in the medicine and toxicology, in classroom, among our lecturers, and research, a lot of things. So that is why I will be going straight forward to my point. So I therefore elaborate the application of artificial intelligence in crime analysis, intelligence gathering and crime analysis. Firstly, bring our data collection and analysis. So now, with the evolvement of this AI, the advancement in artificial intelligence algorithm help us to analyze vast amount of structured and structured data. As we all know, in criminal analysis and intelligence gathering, you may come in contact with a lot of data, a lot of informations, very vast, which can be structured or unstructured. So therefore, after the collection of the information, the information need to be processed. That is need to be analyzed before they become a functional or a reliable or a useful result. So with the help of this AI, a lot of data which are being collected from intelligence gathering or doing crime in a crime scene can be analyzed within a very short period of time and present that particular data into a functional or useful information. So patterns, trends, and other anomalies can be identified using artificial intelligence with the help of this in data collection analysis with the help of artificial intelligence. So in the world of data analysis, uncovering patterns is very important because I will emphasize in this data collection because as far as you miss the stage of data collection and analysis, your result will be completely, absolutely negative. Your result will not be admissible. Your result will lead to a serious bias. So uncovering patterns like finding hidden treasures in the process of identification, recurring structures and relationships of trends within data sets, which can provide valuable insight and drive information in decision making. So the data you collect and process using artificial intelligence, it will help you and give a very good decision making. So patterns recognition in data collection plays a pivotal role in the process of artificial intelligence gathering, allowing analysts to make sense of complex vast amount of data. Vast amount of data after being collected. So artificial intelligence in data collection enhances data interpretation. After you collect data, so artificial intelligence, AI will smoothly and efficiently interpret your data, which leads to a functional result, a useful result. And also identify anomalies and other outliers. Because in the process of data collection, after you collected the data, you are going to process the data, definitely. So take it as you went for an intelligence gathering that in a particular area. There are a lot of data, let's say 1,000 data from different human beings, from the environment, from the localities, from the communities, 1,000 amount of data. For you to come and sit down, analyze, process this data is very difficult, which may lead to what? Outliers and other anomalies. So with the help of this artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence can help and process that particular data and fish out or bring out the outliers that are present in that particular data. So therefore, in the process of processing the data, you are going to obtain a very informative or an absolute correct result. Since there are anomalies that have been exempted, outliers that have been exempted. So your results that is being collected can be admissible anywhere and it can be processed efficiently. So therefore, artificial intelligence and data collection identify anomalies and outliers. So, and also it unveils hidden relationships. Artificial intelligence in data collection analysis unveils hidden relationship between one data and the other. So if there are hidden relationships or there are correlation or significant difference between one data or the other in the artificial intelligence collection of data, so artificial intelligence can unveil it. So it enhances predictive analysis. I'll come into it, just like the second point, that is predictive policing. So it enhances predictive analysis. So now the second point is predictive policing. Predictive policing, artificial intelligence helps in anticipate potential security threats. By analyzing historical data, the data obtained maybe from a crime, maybe let's say in 2023, 2023, a particular crime has been committed in a particular area. After you go to that particular area, a lot of data have been collected and it's been stored in the database in artificial intelligence. So with that particular historic data, you can predict any threats that is going to occur. And that is going to be occur. And with that particular prehistoric data, so you can easily tackle that particular crime that is going to occur, or you can forecast and even deploy a personnel in order to stop that particular crime from occurring. So therefore, after predictive policing identifies patterns that may indicate future events. So predictive policing using artificial algorithm is used to forecast crime hotspots and deploy resources preemptively. If, for example, just like the image that you are seeing here, there is that's a CCTV camera. The way this particular individual is walking, these persons are watching it through a camera. So the way his appearance, the patterns he is moving, the way he behaves, the way it is being monitored. So you can easily fish out whether this particular individual is trying to commit something based on the historic data you have, maybe he's following same patterns of a previous crime that is being committed in a particular area. So you can easily predict that so individual or so thing is going to occur. So with this particular information, you can easily deploy a person or deploy any resources that may tackle or resist the occurrence of that particular activity. So a lot of softwares are being developed to analyze data and algorithms. And a lot of softwares have been developed to analyze data and other algorithms to forecast crime activity. So just like the way we normally see our weather forecast, the weather forecast can give you the weather of a particular area for maybe like 1 week. So it's the same thing applied in this particular intelligence gathering and crime analysis using artificial intelligence. So therefore, the next point is biometric identification. I will not even waste much time on this because biometric identification, as we all know, each and every human being has a unique feature, just like what we call the fingerprint. Each and every, whether you are twins, monozygous twins, so you have a unique feature of each and every individual. So with this biometric identification, facial recognitions and other biometric technologies enhance the identification and tracking of individuals with the help of this particular unique features that is incorporated in each and every individual. So individual can be tracked easily and subsequently result to contributing in solving crimes. If a particular individual commit a crime in an area, when a forensic experts or forensic intelligence or forensic scientists reach that particular area, they will collect samples from different spots or from different areas in that particular crime scene. The sample will be analyzed, be it blood sample, biological sample. The sample can be analyzed, DNA can be extracted. After extracting the DNA, you can profile the DNA. Then we have suspect, collect samples from the suspects, analyze that particular sample. You can use your electrophoresis or any machine that can be used to compare the DNA sample with the suspect and the individual, sorry, the sample that is being collected from the crime scene, that is the query sample. A simple and very easy way to identify that particular suspect, whether he has direct link with that particular crime or not. So with the help of artificial intelligence, normal facial recognition, fingerprints, iris scan, you can easily track individual that is being involved in a particular crime. Just like the way we have iris scanner, we have fingerprint, biometric capture. So a lot of information can be gained, can be obtained in order to track individual and also contributing to crime solving. The third point is surveillance and reconnaissance. So use of artificial intelligence like drones and sensors for reconnaissance, that is gaining information, helps to monitor a real-time operation that is being carried out. Just like the security agencies that you can use drones for surveillance. A drone can be mounted, a camera and audio inputs can be mounted on a drone or robot. You can project that particular drone or robot for surveillance, in the sense that when you deploy a human being, there are a lot of environmental factors, human factors, a lot of issues may come into play. But with the involvement of this artificial intelligence, drones and other surveillance cameras can be projected in order to make surveillance and make the process very easy. And a very, very useful information can be gathered, can be obtained using that particular artificial intelligence. So that is why now a lot of security agencies, a lot of governments use CCTV cameras, and they use drones in other operations, like even in military operations. You can use drones to take pictures. You can use drones for surveillance. A very, very, very useful information can be derived from drones and other artificial intelligence accessories, which can be used for surveillance and reconnaissance. So the next thing is data analysis and pattern recognition. So I'll not even I'll not even stay long on this process because Dr. Tapas has already elaborated everything. So in data analysis and pattern recognition, utilizing artificial algorithm to gather and process vast amount of data from various species. So artificial intelligence can be used to process a very huge amount of data from various sources. Different data can be collected from different sources. And this particular data, there's no way you can use that particular data directly without processing. So artificial intelligence can process that particular data and patterns that is being collected, just like what you can see here. These are different vehicles that are moving, and each and every vehicle has its different shape, different model. The direction is moving. They have some of them are completely different from each other. So artificial intelligence, with use of artificial intelligence, can figure out the model, the shape, everything about that particular vehicle. So you can easily categorize that particular data that is being collected. Without you looking at this, maybe using your surveillance, human will sit down on the screen, be identifying data. So it will take much time. Be identifying the number of individuals that are living that are sitting in that particular vehicle, the kind of individual that is driving, watching the direction of the vehicle. So, but artificial intelligence, with use of artificial intelligence, you can easily identify even the number of individuals that are driving, that are present in that particular vehicle. The direction, the model, the color of that particular vehicle, you can easily identify it. So that is what is called the pattern recognition. Then the next thing is natural language processing. So artificial intelligence in natural language processing, that is NLP, interpret and understand human languages. There are different languages that you cannot understand. For example, a criminal reach a particular destination, you want to commit a crime. He may commit a crime in the sense that, this particular area speaks so language, and the other, the criminal that is trying to do something or commit a crime, he speaks different language. So definitely the people that are living in that particular community or living in that particular area cannot understand the language being used by that particular crime, by a criminal. So with the help of artificial intelligence, as far as that particular individual can speak or can make any move, artificial intelligence can interpret, can interpret that particular language that is the criminal is using. So which can be easily used and tackle that particular crime that he's trying to commit by the community or by the law enforcement agencies. So it is very important in natural language processing. Then the next thing is blockchain analysis. And in this natural language processing, there are different types of natural language processing. That is, you have natural language understanding, natural language generation, natural language processing itself, which composes of natural language understanding and natural language generation. Because in the process of natural language processing, the language must be generated, and the generated language being, the generated language being collected, it will be processed and used for, and make it to be like in an understandable manner. So that is natural language understanding. Then the next thing is natural language interaction. So there are different types of natural language. Then blockchain analysis. In this blockchain analysis, just like with the serious advancement that we are undergoing right now, because the world is moving towards technology, and there are serious challenges that we are facing with the development of this technology. Even though Dr. Tapas has already said it, it's a very gradual process. Some countries can accept artificial intelligence, evidence generated by artificial intelligence, while other countries cannot accept it. So just like what we call blockchain analysis, there are different blockchain applications or resources, just like cryptocurrency. Let me just even use this cryptocurrency. There are different countries has different understanding about cryptocurrency. So some countries can accept cryptocurrency, while other countries cannot accept cryptocurrency based on their policies that govern that particular country. So there are a lot of threats. There are a lot of criminal activities. There are a lot of issues in this particular blockchain, which leads to a very serious concern in a particular country and brings about serious threats. Unfortunately, this blockchain threats and issues can lead to devaluation of a currency in a particular country. If a currency is devaluated, so definitely that particular country, even though I'm not a financial analyst, will undergo a very serious financial crisis. So that is why blockchain analysis is very, very important in forensic science. It's very, very important, which enables law enforcement agencies to monitor financial activities such as money laundering and also cryptocurrency frauds. So there are different algorithms in artificial intelligence which are being employed to trace and analyze on blockchain networks. Because you can never understand a criminal activity that is undergoing in blockchain without analyzing and tracing the activities that is going in that particular blockchain. So artificial intelligence can easily monitor, for example, a simple transaction that you want to operate, maybe using an ATM. You went with your ATM card, you want to perform a simple transaction, maybe by withdrawing money. So someone may have access to a useful information in that particular card that you are using. So with that particular information, he can use it on other systems. He will follow different pattern in order to what? To withdraw some cash from your bank account. Unauthorized withdrawal. You will make unauthorized withdrawal with respect to the information he collected from that particular card you are using unknowingly. You will follow different pattern. So with the help of artificial intelligence, the pattern he is going to follow to harm you or launder your money, artificial intelligence can detect and block that particular process that is going to undergo. Maybe that particular card is restricted for a specific machine. Definitely, that particular individual, he may not have some information, maybe your token, your PIN. You may use your serial number on the card to follow different pattern in order to withdraw your money or make unlawful transaction in your account. So with this particular AI, artificial intelligence, it can block that particular unlawful pattern that he's going to follow in order for him to harm you or to get access to your financial activities. So blockchain analysis is very important in forensic science. Then the next thing is speech and image analysis. Just like what I said, what I talked about, on surveillance and reconnaissance. So speech and voice analysis, a lot of information can be gotten from image, from the speech, like audio analysis, that is image analysis or voice analysis. A lot of information can be harvested or can be harnessed from that particular uh, from speech and image using artificial intelligence, just like using artificial intelligence tools to analyze audio recordings and images, extracting insight, like extracting more insight, such as voice identification and facial recognition. So artificial intelligence can easily identify voice, can easily compare the voice, and you can easily make distinctive information about a particular voice that is maybe a query voice or suspected voice, something like that. So you can make easy comparison and develop useful information for criminal analysis in voice analysis. So therefore, then there is cyber threat intelligence. So artificial intelligence it helps in monitoring and analyzing cyber threats by detecting unusual activity. So therefore, with the help of artificial intelligence, unlawful or unusual activities can be easily detected in your computer. Let's say, just like this image that I'm talking about, as far as there is unusual activity that is going to happen in your system, or a hacker is trying to hack your system, or a hacker is trying to hack your account. So artificial intelligence, whenever it is incorporated, just like the antivirus we are using, whenever it is incorporated using that a specific algorithm, it can detect and stop that particular threats that is trying to occur in the system or any other devices that you are using. Then the social media analysis. There are a lot of issues with this social media because a lot of criminal crimes and other threats occur in social media. As we all know, there are thousands, or let me say billions of people that are utilizing social media. So if with the help of artificial intelligence, a social media platforms, a vast amount of data can be generated from social media. If you leave an individual or human individual to harvest or to get this particular information will be very, very difficult and very, very challenging, which may lead to a bias and backlog in the generation of information in social media. So with the help of this particular artificial intelligence, it can be generated, it can be collected, it can be identified, it can be categorized easily within a very short period of time in order to detect threats and other activity like maybe public sentiments, identifying emerging threats, and tracking potential threats. So artificial intelligence, whenever it is employed in intelligence gathering on social media, a particular sentiment, public sentiment, can be easily figured out. Maybe an individual is trying to commit something. He may start by expressing a public sentiment. So with this particular expression of public sentiment, artificial intelligence can easily identify and analyze that particular data, and then it will be processed and handled easily without any complication, without any waste of time. Then autonomous system. Autonomous system involves the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, that is UAVs. UAVs and other autonomous systems equipped with artificial intelligence. It contributes in surveillance and reconnaissance. Just like this image that you are seeing, there is a car that is being developed that you can just set the location that you want to go. After setting the location that you want to go, the car will automatically drive to that particular location without you performing anything. You just sit down in the car, relax, enjoying your ACs, enjoying everything, but the car is driving smoothly to that particular destination that you are trying to go. So just like in intelligence gathering, I made mention of drones and other devices that can reach a particular destination that a human being or human agent cannot reach to that particular destination. Let's say a particular bush, you want to collect information, intelligence information in a particular hideout. In that particular hideout, a human agent cannot reach that particular place due to other factors. There are a lot of serious challenges that for a human agent to go there. So using autonomous system, you can easily deploy as a device or artificial intelligence to go there successfully, observe the particular environment, collect useful information, use that particular information in criminal analysis. So with the help of this autonomous system, it makes the environment very easy. It makes uh, intelligence gathering and criminal analysis very easy for you. Maybe let me talk about delivering a lecture. You can use an artificial intelligence device to deliver a lecture. You can easily incorporate your particular lecture slides or lecture notes in artificial intelligence, play it like a video to your students with each and every explanation. One thing with artificial intelligence is like you have to incorporate it. You have to program it. You have to use a specific algorithm for a specific task for that particular artificial intelligence to perform. So just like the autonomous system, it cannot operate alone unless you identify or you point out a specific task for that particular device or system to perform for you, then it will perform it easily, very easily for you. Now, the advancement in AI technologies, intelligence data and criminal analysis. Integration of artificial intelligence with other emerging technologies such as quantum computing and autonomous systems. With the development of artificial intelligence, as the advancement is moving step by step, such as the artificial intelligence is being integrated with quantum computing and autonomous system in order to perform, maybe to increase the efficiency and the speed or the accuracy of that particular intelligence. So therefore, quantum computing and autonomous system increase the efficiency of AI in this new era that we are. And ethical regulatory frameworks to govern the use of artificial intelligence operation and analysis of crimes. So as far as there are ethical regulations and frameworks that is being framed to govern the use of artificial intelligence, so the use of artificial intelligence can be accepted and used efficiently everywhere. So these are the advancements that the AI needs to be incorporated in artificial intelligence. Then the next thing is benefits of artificial intelligence in intelligence gathering and crime analysis. Just like what I said, I have elaborated this in my previous explanation in application. AI brings about efficiency. AI brings about accuracy. AI brings about speed. AI brings about automation. AI brings about proactivity. AI brings about resources optimization. All these are improvement or modern technologies or modern improvement that is being incorporated or that is being used by AI to tackle the bias or the limitation of human agents or human resources. Because a particular human, when you deploy a human to perform maybe go for intelligence gathering, there are a lot of serious inefficiencies. There are a lot of serious bias, that is inaccuracy. There are a lot of time consuming. There is a lot of issues. So artificial intelligence handle that particular issue. Just like even in medicals, in the process of medical and toxicology. So the deployment of artificial intelligence made serious advancement in medicine. Just like what the first presenter has said, in autopsies, there is serious advancement in radiology, in biochemistry, in different aspects. There are a lot of advancement, which leads to efficiency and accuracy compared to the conventional method that we are using before. Even in the lecturing, even in the classroom. So with use of before you use a whiteboard and a chalk. Now we use a whiteboard and a marker. Now we are moving towards a smart screen. Without you performing anything, you just project your slides, do your lecturing and leave. So that is the advancement that we are moving about. Like it saves time, it saves energy, it saves a lot of, it makes our work easier. So a lot of things. So there are a lot of benefits that are not even highlighted here in this slide. And there's being about a lot of benefits. Then the next thing is challenges that facing with artificial intelligence. Dr. Tapas has elaborated everything about the challenges. We have data privacy concerns. Yes, definitely, and bias and fairness in AI algorithm, because the algorithm need to be developed and incorporated in the artificial intelligence. So whenever there is error or bias in that particular algorithm, so the result that will be obtained using that particular artificial intelligence will not be error free. So will be biased. There will not be fair. So there will be fairness. So then in accountability and potential misuse of AI technology for surveillance and censorship. So some people use drones to harm, to maybe make attacks. Some people use drones for let's say getting a lawful information, that is spying, spying. So a lot of misuse are being, a lot of issues being raised by misuse of artificial intelligence. Then, in conclusion, the power of artificial intelligence gathering and criminal analysis cannot be overstated. AI-driven technologies have revolutionized the way law enforcement agencies and intelligence communities collect and analyze, analyze, and act in analyzing data is very, very important. As far as this stage is missing, as far as there is an error in this particular stage, definitely the outcome of that particular analysis or the outcome of that particular information will be useless. Yeah, I said useless because it may not be useful. It may not be subjected into different areas. It may not be used in the court of law. It may not be used anywhere because it contains a lot of bias. Just like in the medicals, as far as you missed a particular diagnostic step, you may end up killing. You may end up harming. You may end up affecting or bringing negative effect to that particular community. So collecting and analyzing a data is very important, which AI, artificial intelligence, makes it very easy for us, and also enabling them to stay ahead of evolving threats and safeguarding communities more effectively. With the application I have stated, so all the activity, all the mission and the benefits of artificial intelligence is safeguarding the community, be it medical, be it security, to safeguard the community. More effective, ethical and privacy implication of artificial intelligence adaptation, and ensure that these technologies are deployed responsibly. Just like what I said, some people, some individuals, some communities misuse this artificial intelligence. They don't use it responsibly and in accordance with legal and ethical frameworks. So a serious legal and ethical policy should be developed. That is part of my recommendation. Should develop governing the use of artificial intelligence. Even though there are serious benefits, there are a lot of benefits, but there is a lot of negative implication of artificial intelligence. Even though now the system is still evolving, just like the artificial intelligence, the 5G, biotechnology, nanotechnology, a lot of evolvement, a lot of advancement is going. Cybersecurity is going on. So serious legal and ethical frameworks need to be developed to govern all these particular evolvements, all these particular technologies, in order to safeguard the community and more effectively and more efficiently. These are some of our references. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jacobo, for this nice presentation. And
Hope I don't exhaust my time, Dr. Imran.
no, you are in time, and let me share the. Any questions? Let me check. There is a question from Dr. Shankar M. Bakanawar. Is evidence generated through AI acceptable in court of law? Anyone can answer.
Can you come again, Dr. Imran?
Is evidence generated through AI accepted in court of law?
Oh, this is serious. So, let me just try. It depends. It depends in the particular area that.
Dr. Imran,
This
probably the question was
particular,
answered by Professor T.K. Bose.
Evidence
Okay.
or information is being.
Yakuba, I think there's a break in your voice. So, so this question is already answered. So I think we don't have any more questions, and some questions we have delayed to the end of the discussion for panel discussion. So all those questions and all the people are requested to submit their question in question answer box, not in the chat box. So in question answer box, they are being visible to all of us to answer. Okay, so all the questions now we are having, so we are moving them to panel discussion. So be ready for the panel discussion. Now, Dr. Vijay sir,
Yes, sir.
I request you to present the certificate to Dr. Yakubu.
Yes. Dr. Yakubu Magadi Yuguda, please accept the certificate of accomplishment for delivering the guest lecture in our CME on the topic, the power of artificial intelligence for intelligence gathering and criminal analysis. It was really a wonderful lecture prepared by you in just 10 slides. And you very well explained all these slides in your lecture. So please accept the certificate of accomplishment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Yakubu.
much.
It's very nice presentation by you, and it is rather since we are involved in criminal justice administration, but this is an extra information knowledge to us about the criminals, how to catch the criminals. So this is beyond our scope rather, but it is very good that we have this information so that while evidence gathering, we can have more knowledge about how to gather specific evidences for a particular crime. So this is good from your side. We enjoyed your presentation. Now we'd like to go for the next presentation. Our next presenter is. So before going to the next presentation, I have request from some audience to show the attendance again. So let me just give me a minute to show the attendance barcode so that everyone should be able to take the attendance. I'm sharing the PowerPoint again. So all those who have joined maybe after some time, please you can scan this code for attendance. And please put your name on which the certificate is to be issued by your name, because sometimes we have some errors. So please correct your name first, and then you can write it in the box provided, and also your correct email on which you want to have your certificate to be delivered, e-certificate. So please scan all those who have joined late. Please scan this and submit that in this sheet. It's a simple form. You just need to write your name, email, and the date of the CME. Today is April 13th. Hope all of you have scanned. So I'm stopping the. Okay, with this, we came to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Gunti Damodar, sir.
Yes, sir.
He is a professor of forensic medicine, toxicology, RVM Institute of Medical Sciences, and is a life member of Glafims Association and one of the supporter of the Glafims idea of Glafims. He has always supported, and we have members like Dr. Gunti. That's why we are so much powerful. So thank you, Dr. Gunti, for
Thank you. Thank you.
much support
Thank you,
for
sir.
cause of Glafims Association. And the dice is with you now. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Please share your presentation. Yes, can you share, or
Yes.
you want us to share?
Yes, I will share my PowerPoint.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Audible. Good evening.
But still, it is not shared, I think, Dr. Gunti.
My okay now. Not shared. Huh? From my
Okay.
laptop, I put this one there. Presentation. Okay.
Do you want us to share your presentation, Dr.
Yes.
Gunti?
Okay. Okay. Started this one. Is it okay?
No, it's not coming.
Not coming. Huh? Okay.
Okay,
Start.
we will share, Dr. Gunti, we will
Okay,
share, don't worry.
Okay. 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 No problem.
We are sharing.
Okay. Okay.
Please start. You can start.
Okay. It's how to not coming up. Hmm?
No, it is coming. You can start, please.
Not opening this one. PowerPoint. Not opening.
No, it is everybody. We have opened from
Ah.
our side.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hmm. Okay. Good evening, respected association members of Global Academy of Forensic and Investigative Medicine and Science of India, and respected associate colleague of Federal Departments, Mexico. First of all, let me thanks to Chairman Professor Dr. Vijay Paul, Organizing Secretary Ashish Kumar Singh, and Co-Organizing Secretary Dr. Imran Sir for organizing this CME and gives me a chance for participating as a speaker. And one more thing is I want to say that Tapasya and George given a good new things for us. We learned so I learned so much I gained so much knowledge, but still I have to improve. I'm thankful to both, and Yakub, Dr. Yakub from Nigeria also given a good message. For him also, I'm thanks to them. And this respected Dr. Victor, that is Oliver's President of College of Federal Deportes, Mexico. Hello, Dr. Victor. And welcome to my presentation. My topic is recent trends in forensic medicine. In my topic, in the CME is recent trends in forensic medicine. There are several recent developments in forensic medicine, but in which I have chosen 3 topics, that is autopsy, virtual autopsy, and recent advance in human body preservation, and recent advance in times in death. So this coming to the PME, autopsy, necropsy. See, PME means that is the examination of body after death. But in some countries, many bodies are disposed after external examination without dissection. In such situation, this procedure is called post-PME or postmortem examination. But necropsy is the most accurate term for the investigative dissection of the dead body. The basic purpose of forensic autopsy or medical autopsy is to establish the cause and manner of death. First forensic autopsy performed by the Battalion di Vergina in Bologna, Italy. Now, there is an alternative approach, autopsy, virtual autopsy, by postmortem radiology techniques, which is developed by Richard Drinoford, former director, forensic director. Next, please. Next slide down, director and permanently. Then, what is virtual autopsy? Virtual autopsy is nothing but is a scalpel-free procedure by using advanced radiographic techniques, X-rays, CT, MRI, PMCT, that is postmortem computed tomography. This postmortem computed tomography nicely explained, Dr. George. Very nice. We learn so many things from his photographs, that is scan and thing, and which is a type of cross-sectional imaging based on the principle of X-ray of electromagnetic radiation. And autopsy findings are a digital format. This approach is called virtual or bloodless autopsy. The keywords used for this are virtual autopsy, virtopsy, digital autopsy, forensic imaging, and digital forensic is one of the greatest advance in forensic medicine in the past years. Next. So the special table for virtual autopsy table, that is, the virtual autopsy table is a multi-touch screen to explore human body layer by layer by using high-resolution MRI scan and PMCT, that is postmortem computed tomography. And this postmortem computed tomography is special character is that it rapidly shows presence of bone fractures located in the body areas that are not routinely dissected, especially in the face, facial bones, such as face. And one more, this one, radiological techniques are used in pediatric forensic pathology to differentiate cases of suspected child abuse from accidental injury. The postmortem radiography and cross-section imaging of teeth and bones are useful for identification purpose and determining age and sex. Next. Coming to the advantage of virtual autopsy. These my 3 topics are to refresh, to development knowledge, gain the knowledge by this, So for the, it is more maybe useful for the juniors, but I started this 3, I chosen 3 topics. In postmortem radiology, especially PMCT, is a postmortem computed tomography, is notoriously superior to autopsy for the detection intra and extravascular gas selections, which makes valuable tool for diagnosing conditions such as air embolism, pneumothorax, subcutaneous emphysema. Next. So coming to the advantage of virtual autopsy, you must know this. You must get the concept of what the advantages, advancement. Recently, method was developed in which high resolution whole brain magnetic resonance imaging MRI, which are used to create 3D printed cutting box for fixed brains. For direct the pathologist and improve the histopathology, localization of the imaging findings. And these techniques also, the most important is allow the examination of bodies which is contaminated by infection, toxic materials, radionuclides, and other biohazards. It's a very new thing because nobody is allowed with one. So next. Next. And one more advantages are it provide a better view of fatal injuries and determine the cause of death of a putrefied bodies, dead bodies. In the dead bodies in the traditional autopsy, it is very difficult, but it is a very good advantage to determine the cause of death in putrefied dead bodies. So we can do the virtual autopsy many times. In second opinion, maybe expert is possible, even if body is cremated. For anybody say, let's just take exhumation, the second opinion. Even body is not there also, we can do this several times. And is also used to educate medical students about human anatomy without need for cadavers. In future, we may not get cadavers sometimes. So it is good for learning the students, medical students. It is also used for surgical planning in clinical point of view, because the medical team can decide on the best surgical strategy for any surgical case before any operation. For group discussion, the team will decide. So it is a clinical point of view, so very useful. And advantage of virtual autopsy, one more is the advantage. And in respect, one more thing, the respect the cadaver, because the body remains are intact. So many political pressures comes to autopsy surgeon. So don't give incision more or like that. For this is very better. So in respect of the cadaver, because the body remains are intact and avoiding objection by family members. So one of the good advantage. Next.
Yes, you have the control. You can press next, please.
Okay, 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 sir. Not coming, sir, not coming.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. And disadvantages and further recommendations. Disadvantages are some imaging techniques that do not detect is very delicate or small things and cannot always clarify the name of the nature of the condition. Because there are situations in which postmortem radiology is misleading that are related to the postmortem changes, not a real pathological event. Since it is most important for radiologists who analyze the postmortem image to be trained in
Hello. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
I think Dr. Gunti has lost the connection. Till he join, I will share the attendance PowerPoint again. I hope he will join soon because he has lost connection. Till he join, this is attendance for today. All the members are requested to just scan and fill the attendance sheet. And this is the quality assessment of the CME. So all are requested to submit the form after the webinar for the quality assessment purpose, so that we can further improve our output later for the upcoming sessions. So all are requested to submit the quality evaluation. It will help us to improve in our future activities. So in the meantime, we can take a couple of questions. So there is one question from Geraldine Sanjay. How can we teach our student empathy and morality? Yes, sir. Dr. Vijay, sir.
Yes, sir.
There is a question, how can we teach our student empathy and morality?
Yes, in fact, empathy is the ability of the observer to enter into thoughts with the patient or with his clients. Whereas morality is basically the moral principles which should guide the member of each and every profession in their dealings with means each other, with the patients and with the clients.
Basically, Geraldine is asking, how can we teach?
Empathy is not the sympathy. It means the ability of the observer to enter into thoughts with the patients and with the persons they are dealing with.
Yes, Dr. Tapas, any comments here?
Shall I share my input?
Yes, please. How can we teach?
According to me, to teach ethics and morality is to have a role play. That means your things, usually young people try to see and follow the teachers. So if you are moral and you are obeying the principles, then the students will follow that. And that can be emphasized by giving some in the class that is already implemented by this new model 8Com, that a role play, you can tell some instance and then tell the students to play for it, make them corrected if there is anything wrong. So morality is basically again a thing which comes from inside. It cannot be taught, but you can be tuned your student so that, because all the religion, they are telling about the morality and discipline from the very beginning, but till there are so many quarrel, dispute, war is going on. So it is a very good thing to say, but very difficult to follow. It can only be done by starting at the beginning, from the age of the beginning. Just I am giving one example from my visit to USA or Japan, where you can see that if nobody throwing anything on the street, nobody doing public nuisance on the street, and if a flight lands, they get down sequentially. But here, everyone is trying to get down first. They were in the flight for 3 hours, 4 hours, no problem. But for 5 minutes, they will make push or pull. So from the childhood, if they see that this is the thing, then it will come to their mind. So it should begin at home and the environment. And unfortunately, here in our part of the country, nothing is appropriate. So let us hope for the best. That much I can say.
Thank you. I think
Can
Dr.
I share a few thoughts?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Seeing what is happening here in Singapore, there are some things that upset me a bit. We're talking of artificial intelligence, and sometimes to a certain extent, it is used to predict the outcome. How much is the percentage risk of a particular treatment or surgery or whatever it is, right? So what happens is, you sometimes read in the medical notes, the patient are told that there was a 73%, there was only a 22% risk, and then that person is dead. I'm up in arms. You promised me that it was a low risk surgery, 5%, 10%. How did it die? So unfortunately, that's one aspect of mine, that artificial intelligence and the reliance on it has to be tempered with our own human assessment. Okay, other than that fact, people coming from this kind of a background, what happens is that sometimes you read in the notes and you're shocked that the student, the medical officer turned around and said, "Your husband's case is hopeless. I don't think he will live." This is being communicated and entered in the in the medical notes. This is shocking. So this is the effect of modern environment. On the other side, I have noted in our dealings with NUS and with the Lee Kuan Chen School of Medicine, they, as was rightly mentioned, yes, we do have an importance of role play, and they have introduced a lot of ethics subjects right from year one. At year one, it's very, very generic, but by the time you hit the fifth year, it's more specific to various scenarios, and there's a lot of role play involved. Even more so is the fact that if I want to renew my practicing certificate, as of last 2 years back, I'm required to attend at least 4 or 6 points of ethics workshops on various topics as part of my total CME points for renewal. I need 50 points in a year. So even the medical council is insisting that for our continuing practice, doctors are now having to brush up their ethics and ethical aspects. So it's not just undergraduate education. I think a reinforcement and renewal of ethics to those who are practicing is also an important thing. And I don't know, we don't have a culture so good in India about, as far as I know, we are not required to get CME points for it. And there is no renewal of your practicing certificate and all that. So there is a question of how many of our people are updated on their specialty. And in that also how much of them would attend this ethics and other things and all that. So if these changes will take place, it might be good, not only for the ethical and other aspects of it, but also keeping abreast with the latest advances also. Those are my comments.
Thank you, sir. I think Dr. Gunti,
Yes, sir.
you are back? Yes.
Okay.
Let me share your screen.
Okay.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. The coming to disadvantage and further recommendations, some imaging techniques cannot detect its very delicate or small findings and cannot always clarify the nature of condition. There are situations in which postmortem radiology misleading that related to postmortem changes and not a real pathological event. So since it is the most important for radiologists who analyze the postmortem images to train in recognizing, distinguishing postmortem features. Example, decomposition from the pathological changes. So hence, postmortem computed topography should be used as assistant, not a substitute for autopsy. Shall I change? Not coming for my side, sir. Slide not coming.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm giving trouble. So coming to conclusion. Here, finally, these methods are more expensive and time consuming in certain circumstances. At present, virtual autopsy cannot replace the medical legal autopsy because it is a new development in the field of investigation of death. Next. Now coming to the recent advance in human preservations. In human preservation, the 4 things are most important. Recent one, plastination, tile fixation, cryopreservation, injection, and drainage techniques. Next. So, the human body preservation, the act of freezing a dead body and storing it indefinitely on the chance that some future generation may restore it to life, is an act of faith, not a science. It is statement given by Society of the Cryobiology of the official statement in 1982. Why slide not coming, sir? My side. So there is a notable historic human body preservations, Abraham Lincoln was embalmed after his assassination in 1865. The most famous embalmed body of 20th century is that Lenin is kept on display since his death in 1924. And Frederick Marcos was embalmed in Hawaii upon his death in 1989. His body was flown home and is currently on display in Batak, Ilocos Norte. In India, the body of Sri Ashtosta Maharaj, a spiritual leader from Punjab, has been preserved at minus 20 degrees centigrade to minus 22 degrees centigrade since January 2014. He was clinically dead, declared by the team of doctors, but his followers believe him to be alive and in the state of deep meditation. Next. Not coming, sir. Next. So body preservation, that is from ancient era, for long culture is there. Ancient era, so medical moderate times and recent advances. Now recent advances, plastination, tile fixation, cryopreservation, and injection, and drainage techniques. So this plastination in recent advanced method is body preservation. Right, preservation. In this principle is that water and lipids in biological tissue are replaced by curable polymers such as silicone, epoxy resin, polyester, etc. to make the tissue harder. Silicone is given a natural look to the preserved specimen. It gives a natural look. And epoxy resin, these slices are best preserved by epoxy resin. And polyester copopolymer is the best preserved for brain slices. The plastination specimen is a specialty, is dry, odorless, non-toxic, and maintained its original shape, and reasonably close in color and consistency to the original body part, and resist deterioration, and it can be stored at room temperature. Next. The plastination standard procedure. Is carried out by 4 procedures: fixation, dehydration, impregnation of polymer, and curing. Coming to fixation, it is a process used to halt the decomposition. The specimen fixed in 5 to 10% formalin, or can be done by any conventional fixative using either by following methods: either immersion or injection method, or infiltration method, perfusion, or dilatation. The optimal fixation procedure varies according to the structure and thickness of the specimen. Next. The coming to dehydration. In this process, tissue water of the specimen is replaced by organic solvent, which is miscible with water. This process is based on the diffusion. In this, the monohydroalcohols, that is methanol, ethanol, dihydric alcohols, monoethylene glycol, triadic alcohols, glycerin, and ketones, acetone. And acetone is a commonly used, it also serves as the intermediary solvent during the impregnation. Next. Impregnation polymer is in this process, dehydration tissue is polymerized by forcing the polymer under force vacuum. And coming to curing, this refers to the hardening polymerized specimen by heat or gas or ultraviolet light is used for the effective curing. But this 4 process involved in this plastination. Next. So this is plastination founded by the Gunther von Heinesse, Heidelberg, Germany in 1977. The Institute of Plastination made their first exhibition, plastinated body specimen, at the National Science Museum in Tokyo, Japan, 1995. There are 300 million members attended at that time to see this one. Next. These plastinated specimens. Next. So then coming to the Thigh soft fixation. The Austrian anatomist Walter Thiels founded the soft fixation method of fixation and preservation of cadavers with the natural colors was developed in 1992 by based on the three process: fixation, disinfection, and preservation. Which solution contains 4-chloro, 3-methylphenol, potassium nitrate, ammonium nitrate, sodium sulfate, boric acid, monoethyl glycol, basic components, etc. Next. What is the advantage of the soft fixation? The color, texture, plasticity, flexibility are similar to the fresh specimen. These are more advantages. While using this method, storage does not require the use of tanks except rehydration. And it allows the injection of vessels and caniculae in the enter the small branches of the arteries, vessels. Next. Then coming to the cryopreservation or cryoconservation. It is a process where the tissues, organelle, cells, extracellular matrix, or organs, any other biological construct susceptible to damage caused by unregulated chemical kinetics are preserved by cooling to very low temperature, such as -80 degrees centigrade. Such low temperature can be attained by using solid carbon dioxide. Liquid nitrogen may be lower the temperature up to -196 degrees centigrade. That preserving the single cell organelle is one thing, but preserving the whole human body is very expensive procedure. The common organs which are preserved with cryopreservation are semen, umbilical cord, blood, stem cells, tissue samples, such as tumors and histological cross sections, and special cells for transfusion and ovarian tissues. Next, this is the first human body frozen. The James Bedford, the former University of California, Berkeley, psychology professor, few hours after the renal cancer cause of death in 1967. And it is still preserved at the Alcor Life Extension Foundation, cryogenic chamber for body preservation. Next. Injection and drainage techniques. These techniques of cadaveric body preservation for study and research purpose is commonly used in most of the medical colleges in India and abroad. The three methods are used in this category: formal fixation, alcohol glycerin fixation, and thiol fixation. Thiol fixation already we discussed. And various chemicals used for this process are such as formaldehyde, ethyl alcohol, methyl alcohol, germicidal agents, phenol, modifying agents, buffer softeners, wetting agents, anticoagulants, disinfectants, inorganic salts, dyes, and perfumic agents. Next. What are the legal implications of body preservation? Identification of body is the most important, that a death certificate from the competent authority should be taken, and a proper consent from next kin or person who legal heir of the deceased. In all medical cases, no objection certificate from the police is necessary. And a clearance from the embassy is required if the deceased is from the foreign country. Next. Conclusion. The art of body preservation has its own strength and weakness. The modern preservations like cryopreservation, plastination seems to be very promising in today's era. The modern techniques have the potential to keep the body intact for decades. Next. Then coming to the recent advance in estimating times in death. Here, what is times in death? It is a post-mortem interval or time interval. This time interval in between the occurrence and moment of death of the person and examining or seeing the dead body by a doctor or investigating officer. Recent research studies on times in death, including bone age estimation, skin histology, and biochemical enzymatic changes and cerebrospinal fluid, blood and enzymes, and DNA changes, and messenger RNA. Next. Okay, and messenger RNA. Then coming to the bone age, densitometry of the bone helps in assessing times in death from the bones after death. And DXH, this application should be used cautiously in assessing times in death for dating bones of few hundred years. Estimation of fluorine and silicon are useful parameters for dating the bones. What DXH is means dual X-ray absorptiometry. It means measuring bones mineral density and using spectral imaging. It is a software design. Next. And skin histology. A study found that up to 6 hours of death, histological exam of the skin does not show any morphological changes. And by 6 to 9 hours of death, degradation begins in the dermis. And by end of 18 hours, the dermis begins to disintegrate. 3 to 4 hours of death, sweat glands appear normal. For 18 hours of death, sebaceous glands, hair follicles appear normal. Next. Then coming to the biochemical and enzymatic changes. Biochemical cerebrospinal fluid. A study found that in the first 15 hours, increase the amino acids, non-potent nitrogen, lactic acid, potassium, ammonia, uric acid, creatine levels. Where there is a decrease in glucose levels, potassium, sodium, albumin, hypoxanthine levels in CSF, used to assess the times in death. And levels of cerebrospinal fluid chloride are not useful in assessing times in death. Another study found that significant or useful to correlation of CSF, sodium and potassium ions levels in assessing times in death up to 25 hours. After death, with the average fall of sodium ions 1.115 milliequivalents per hour and potassium ions 1.121 milliequivalent per hour. Next. Then coming to kinetochemistry of blood. A study found that the chloride content of blood decreased with the increased times in death. Chloride content blood decreased, the increase the times in death. The potassium and creatine levels increased, the sodium levels were decreased. And the increased times in death and showed the stronger correlation. Next. Regarding enzymes, at 2 hours of death, there is a definite increase in the level of enzymes in the form of acid phosphatase, aspartate aminotransferase, aniline aminotransferase, and their levels increasing further with increase in times in death. A study found that death due to burns, the enzyme levels were linearly increased. But death due to multiple injuries, the enzyme levels are highly increased. And next one. Low. The body is refrigerated. Cold storage, the levels are decreased. Then the body is refrigerated, except in cold storage, up. The DNA changes. Okay. There are several studies found that postmortem degradation of DNA and positive correlation of assessing times in death by use of splenic tissue from deceased, and analyzing DNA degradation by flow cytometry by use of brain and liver cells from the deceased, and analyzing for nuclear DNA degradation by single gel electrophoresis by use of skin tissue from the deceased, and analyzing for DNA degradation by fluorescent tissue spectroscopy. But the degradation pattern of DNA is no longer considered valuable in assessing times in death. It is affected by several extra factors. Next. Then messenger RNA expression of proteins or cell death proteins. Study found that up to 6 hours after death, there is a time-dependent increase in messenger RNA levels, helping the assessing times in death. After death, fragmentation levels of messenger RNA is useful tool for the assessment of times in death at not longer duration after death. Then synovial fluid, a study found that the potassium levels of synovial fluid was statistically significant in increasing the times in death. There is no significant difference in the levels of potassium between synovial fluid and vitreous humor in assessing times in death. Conclusion: assessment of times in death is an essential issue in both civil and criminal matters. There is a lot of bodily evidence, evidence of surrounding of dead body, and evidence from the immediate changes, early and late changes after death helps in the assessing times in death. After postmortem interval increases, there is a less accuracy of in estimating times in death. Assessing times in death is a teamwork and will be subject matter of research. Next. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kunti Damodar sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Just give me a second. Any questions so far? So I request Dr. Vijay sir to present the certificate to Dr. Kunti.
So, Dr. Gunti Damodar sir, I want to
Yes,
say
sir.
one thing, that you have covered a lot of topics in forensic medicine, which were very useful for the PGs and UGs,
Yes, sir.
particularly the PGs.
Yes,
In
yes.
fact, you covered 3 topics of
Yes.
great importance for their career.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was very nice discussion on recent trends in forensic medicine.
Thank you very much.
So, on behalf of Glafims India, I present this certificate of accomplishment to you for delivering the guest lecture on recent trends in forensic medicine in the CME, which has been organized by Glafims India and Colegio Federal de Peritos, Mexico. So,
Sir,
please
thank
accept the certificate being offered to you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Pal sir. But the inspiration I got from Imran Sabri. He's given my name to the GLFS. So I
No, it was
started. The
a
basic
very
things,
well prepared lecture.
the
And
basic things
in my
I want.
opinion, it covered 3 important questions.
But I should say, no, that
usually
PGs and UGs are very useful, this information. For me also very useful this information. Let us develop this one. Thank
Right,
you.
sir.
And you
Thank you.
nicely the organizing your
Right.
Glafims. For my side, I will always support you from Hyderabad because you are
Yes, sir.
encouraging the forensic medicine
Right, sir.
and it is getting good name. Good name.
Okay. We will
I'll be
in the
happy.
chat.
I
Right,
always support to the forensic medicine anywhere. That
sir.
is my principle. Because of forensic medicine only, I
The-
I
Yourself
learned all the things.
Your
My background.
discussion as well as the slides were self-explanatory for the same.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Rao.
Okay.
Yes. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for this certificate presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Now our next presenter is Dr. Vardat, but she apologized because there's heavy rain in Tanzania today, and she is struggling to get it online. So there's some technical issues with her. So she apologized, but if she will join, she will be presenting. So we are skipping his presentation now for the time being. And so the next presenter will be Dr. Perumal. Dr. Perumal, are you ready?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. Share your presentation.
Sir, kindly allow me, sir, to share my screen.
Yes, yes. Yes, done. Yes, you are online. So before that, let me introduce Dr. Perumal. He is a very competent young scientist in forensic medicine. He is upcoming. And at present, he is in the Department of Forensic Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Kaher, Belagavi. And since as a policy of the Glafims is to promote the young talent to come up, so these are the presentations. The last couple of presentations are dedicated to that. So as per our policy to promote the youngsters to come and to have confidence in presenting on a global platform, this Dr. Perumal is one of the shining star in that. So Dr. Perumal, please go ahead.
Is it visible, sir?
It's coming.
Yes, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. Make it as a slideshow.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. So, yeah, very good evening, all respected professors and one and all present here. So, I am Dr. Perumal P from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College. So, today I am mainly want to present a topic which is combined with the medical ethics as well as forensic psychiatry. So, it's basically substance use disorder among doctors and understanding and addressing the challenges. So before going to the proper topic, so I am very thankful for the entire Glafims Academy, especially our pattern Dr. Imran Sabri sir and our president Dr. Vijay Paul Kanarwal sir and other governing council members and the entire IJMJ team for the wonderful opportunity to publish my article in the International Journal of Medical Justice. So, disclaimer, this presentation is for educational purpose only and it does not represent the personal views or practices of any individual doctors or group of doctors. So, introduction. So, alcohol and other drug use can impair a physician's ability to practice medicine very providentially and putting patient at risk. So nowadays, in the initial step, like in medical school level also, lot of medical students are addicted to lot of drugs like alcohol and other kind of marijuana or other IV drug abuses, and recognizing the challenges, mainly the early diagnosis and lessen the obstacles they encounter in variety of setting, especially those without physician healthcare program. So in this presentation, mainly I target, we want physician healthcare programs which improve the physician health in India. So in other countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, the physician healthcare programs are give a very excellent opportunity to improve the physician's health by means of to try to recognize their diseases and improve their healthy behaviors and to reduce the substance abuse uses. And the COVID-19 pandemic has led to increase the rate of substance use among physicians. And impact physician. So impact physician is not only we can consider as substance use only. So it includes psychiatric disorders and cognitive behavior disorders and general medical problems. Everything will be considered as an impact physician. So these terminologies were previously used, but nowadays we can't. We could not use the impact physician terminology. So physician with potential impairing condition. So in this, so not all the physicians with a diagnosable substance use disorder demonstrate workplace impairment. So it's not mandatory if someone is diagnosed substance use disorder, so that person not demonstrated any workplace impairment. So among the all the category of medicine, anesthesia is a most important category, and the anesthesists are more prevalently involved in substance use disorder. So rate of substance use disorder in particularly opioid use disorder are higher among the anesthesiologists compared to physicians from other specialties, because it's a very easy availability of opiates to them. So in this, as I mentioned here in the article, so what is the reason of anesthesia is most prevalent in SUD? So we can know for fentanyl, if you want to purchase from medical shop or any other medical purpose, even though it's a medical purpose, there is a lot of procedures are there to avail the fentanyl. But the anesthesia in the OT theater, they can easily afford the fentanyl. So that is the reason, and they can there is a lot of prevalence in anesthesiology. And one retrospective study in a physician health program. So here it's conducted in the Florida. So there is no more studies in India. So I consider the foreigner articles and some of the immense articles. So I consider the Florida study. In this, 3,604 physicians have reported the drug of choice as follows. So the alcohol 25%, opioid 25%, marijuana 12%, cocaine 11%, sedatives 10%, amphetamine 4%, and inhalant and others 9%. And there is a other study. In that study, so entirely there is a 39% were referred as an uncomplicated substance use disorder, and 39% were psychiatric disorder without SUD, and 21% with SUD and co-occurring psychotic disorder. So if you take the psychiatric disorder, bipolar disorder 33%, depression 24%, and antisocial personality disorder 9%, and the general anxiety disorder is 9%. And also in the Washington Physician Health Program, they reported presence of coexisting psychotic disorder associated with high risk of SUD among the 292 healthcare professionals. So recently in 2023, the Director General of Health Services, in that the Professor Atul Gol sir mentioned, like being health professional, we should follow the healthy lifestyle, and it may be advised that alcohol in any form may be avoided in medical conference, workshop, seminar, and CME to set an example of good habit which can be emulated by others. So we have to restrict any kind of alcohol behavior in any kind of workshop, CME, and any kind of seminars. And the both ethically also, and in person's life also, alcohol impairs the practicing skill of the doctor. So there is a lot of medical negligence cases are reported due to the alcohol behavior. So in Delhi and in Dehradun, etc. So in a lot of places we can see here in the Uttarakhand. So for treating the minor child in night duty, the doctor drunk happened. So the patient relatives put a complaint against the doctor in the medical lawsuit. So in recently the revised Declaration of Geneva. So in the associated or adopted with the World Medical Association Assembly in Chicago, conducted in October 14, 2017, they highlighted the major thing like I will attend to my own health, because if you are carrying our own health, then only we can provide the very good care to the patient. So I will attend to my own health and well-being and ability in order to provide care of the highest standard. So this is the pledge of the each and every physician in the modern day of physicians pledge. So as per the revised Declaration of Geneva, conducted in Chicago. So what are all other some clinical manifestations which suggest that the person or the physician under the influence of substances? So first thing is changes in mood, or if you take mood swings and depression and blunted affect irritability, appearing overwhelmed, so those mood changes we can expect, and decreased productivity and absenteeism. The doctor not usually visited their clinic routinely, or taking frequent breaks and missed appointments, and increased mistake like while documenting, there is no proper documentation, medical documentation, so which leads to the medical negligence cases or medical errors or charting errors or forgetfulness, and inconsistent or example, rounding at variable times, mainly they are expecting, especially they want to do their duty in the night time, because of they can easily take opioids and they can inject. So unexplained disappearance and taking extra shift, especially in the night times, and complaints from the due to the lack of reasonable skill and care to the patient. So complaints, we can receive the lot of complaints from the patient, colleagues or supervisor or the hospital administrations also, or lawsuits and evidence of diversion. If you take a missing or broken wires, so unexpectedly some of the wires are missing in the OT theater, or some of the broken wires we can see in the OT theater, and failure to document appropriately. The vials are not appropriately documented, extra attention to the patient receiving the controlled medications like fentanyl, or if the patient want opioid, extra attention given to the patient, and inappropriate prescription, and deteriorating in appearance. So poor hygiene, wearing long sleeve to hide the injectable marks in the hand. So even though it's a very hot weather, they may wear the full sleeve to conceal the injectable marks in the hand, and deterring in the physician health, like it may be flu-like symptom and appearance of over sedation, or bloodshot or watery high, unexpected weight loss or weight gain, change in social interactions like social withdrawal, increased conflicts, excessive drinking and events. So what are all medical legal issues? So patient safety. So obviously, if any person with a substance use disorder, obviously there is a no reasonable skill and care. If it is a controlled way, it's okay. But if it is a crosses the level, or the drug influences that doctor, so that time the doctor can't give a reasonable skill and care to the patient. And professional conduct, so which gives a physician are expected to adhere to the high standard of the professional conduct on ethics. So substance use disorder obviously can lead to professional misconduct and jeopardizing the reputation and integrity of the medical profession. And a physician have legal obligations to maintain the fitness to practice a medicine, and confidentiality. So if the person is with some substance use disorder, obviously the person can't maintain any kind of privacy and confidentiality of the patients. And liability. So if the patient files a complaint against the doctor, sometimes it may be civil negligence, sometimes it may be criminal negligence. If the utter careless is done by the doctor, if damage happened to the patient, so that time obviously the lawsuit will punish the doctor, and rehabilitation and support. So in such way, while addressing the substance use disorder among physicians, it's important to balance legal considerations with the need of rehabilitation and support. So as we already discussed, so in lot of countries there is a lot of physician health programs are there. So but in India it's a very minimal only. So we are advised that we have to focus and we have to improve the physician health program in each and every state as per, and we have to imply that for securing the patient safety and to improve the reasonable skill and care to the patient. And reporting requirement. So in medical institutions, and the doctor's colleagues has the duty to report the suspected case of substance use disorder among the physician. So the NMC may establish reporting requirement and protocol to ensure timely intervention and support for the affected individuals. So what are all vulnerabilities towards the addiction physician? So we can't tell directly, so this person is because of this issue. So there is a step-by-step vulnerabilities are there. So first thing is a core or generic vulnerability, like a genetic kind of thing. Second thing is specific development vulnerabilities. Even the adulthood or the in the adolescent age is a risk factor for the vulnerability, and core professional vulnerability and specific professional vulnerability. We take core or generic vulnerability. So biological vulnerability like a genetic factor, personality or temper factor, psychological comorbidities. And if you take environmental vulnerability, adverse childhood experience and developmental stressors and environmental stresses. So specific development vulnerabilities. So extreme academic pressures. So if the academic pressure is extreme, so that time also we can expect such kind of substance use disorders. So the person may take a lot of alcohol in such kind of thing, and mad race to get a medical seat. So even before entering into the medical field, there's a lot of stress. Like we have to improve ourselves by means of the academically, and also there is a stress given by our relatives and friends and family members to got any kind of medical seats, so resulting in the reduced opportunity to enjoy the pleasure of normal childhood and adolescence, and idealistic tendencies and social isolation, stress to satisfy the parental or societal aspirations, and insultations from the routine pressures of childhood. So these are all some of the specific development vulnerabilities and core professional vulnerabilities. So the factor contributing to the non-prescription drug use include experimentation, curiosity, and peer pressures, and easy access, as we discussed in the anesthesia department. So there is a lot of easy of access and exposure to the substance, and pharmacological invincibility. So we are doctors, so we are thinking like I am the superhuman. So even though I am taking the drug, I can know how to manage that. I can know how can manage my substance use disorder. In such way, we are thinking, but that is not the true thing. If we are addicting to some drugs, so we are also like a normal people only. So we are thought like we are superhuman. So we can know and we can manage the negative effects whatever given by the drug. So those things are absolutely wrong thing. And core professional vulnerability. So here I can highlight these three things: trivialization, intellectualization, and normalization. So trivialization, actually that is a very big issue. We can take it as the substance use disorder is a very, very big issue, but we can tell it as a that is not a big deal kind of thing. So that is called as a trivialization. So among the doctors, it's a very common thing. And the intellectualization. So intellectualization, which means, so we are giving the reasoning thing. We are giving the very logical reasoning to justice our behavior. So like overthinking kind of thing. So even though we are taking this drug, it's okay. We can justify the our behavior. We can justify the substance use disorder. And normalization is very common in our society. Like taking alcohol, it's okay only. Like even though if the 18-year-old or medical students taken any kind of substance use, as per our society, that is not a big crush. We are taking like it's okay kind of thing only. So that is called as a normalization. And so we are doctors, so we should aware of it, and we should have done something about it. So we have to remove these three kind of core professional vulnerabilities in our life to reduce the substance abuse disorder. And untreated comorbidities, illness, and including pain, psychiatric comorbidity, and secondary addiction, and poor family support. If there is a poor family support and denial or overconfidence or poor interpersonal communication skills, and struggle to balance the work life. We are, as a doctor, we concentrate our work. We majority of the doctors are not concentrating our own life. So that time also, which improves or which there is a guilty feeling. So we can't give us more time for our routine life kind of thing. So those things which considered as a core professional vulnerability and need to satisfy the societal aspiration and poor help seeking behavior and threat to livelihood. And a great stress. So in a doctor field, there is a lot of great stress. Like if you take another thing like violence against doctors. So sometimes the patient may give the violence, giving the violent, dramatic violence without any kind of reason against doctors. And poor financial management and burnout. Those things are we can consider as a core professional vulnerability. And loss of personal identity. So here I can tell. So always we are using the prefix of doctor in before our name. So we even our personal identity without adding the doctor we can't explore. So that time also. So those things, if suddenly, if suppose if any medical negligence cases happen, so that time if the removal of the erasing of our registration number in the state medical council, that time if that time even if we are suffering from any kind of diseases, that time if we are not able to practice, that time we can't accept that we are not a doctor. So loss of personal identity and assuming profession as our identity, and we are not alone but lonely. And specific professional vulnerability like stress kind of thing. So specialty wise different demands and settings. So pressure to perform if we are working in any private sector, so that time pressure to perform to giving the target to achieve the target in the corporate hospitals. And gender, if it is a female, so work-life balance is also we have to take like a pregnancy kind of thing, everything we have to take. And career stage, so prescription the drug use, so that also one of the specific professional vulnerability. So substance use disorder along the life of physician. So it starts from the medico to the super specialty. So from a medico to intern to resident doctor to practicing doctor and super specialty doctor. So progress from non-prescription to prescription drug use more compared to the general population. And risk factor progress from the generic to the job specific. And vulnerabilities. So vulnerability factors during the medical training. So stress and anxiety, false assumption of being invulnerable to addiction, and omnipotence. So when it is happened, the danger to us. So when the drug influences us, so that time the drug which is influences us, and we can't do our routine practice. So that time it's very dangerous to us. And reality orientation. So in omnipotence opposite is a reality orientation. So that time we have to give the orientation to the doctor regarding time, place, person. Then we can improvise. So these are all some of the treatment reliances. And the knowledge of prescription drug and realistic behavior and a need of the acceptance. So corporate settings. So in case of corporate staff, we discussed it, pressure over the targets and the cutthroat competition, and non-doctor taking administrative clinical decisions and different pay structures. So it's not equalized in each and every department. So for each department, there is a different kind of pay structures in the private setting. And doctors in the individual practice. So fear of knowledge gap and the rural and urban area differences, and fear of legal battles, no support system, and unpleasant working hours. So if you take the academic success, so as he here showing here, so while projecting us to the society, so that time we are very grateful, we are very knowledgeable. But in in the opposite direction, so that we can't give no more time for the self. So we can't give the self time. We can't spend for us also, and there is no family time. And due to the academic burned out and the poor mental health, those things which improves the substance use disorder among the doctors. And in the academic settings, so due to the income disparity and due to the administrative demands and pressure of having to wear the multiple hats, and the pressure of getting projects and publication and promotions, those things are which due to the substance abuse disorder among the doctors. And the gender related issues. So even if you are taking in our workplace, so there is a in some places it's okay, but in some places there is a difficult work personal and family life balance among the female gender, especially in the women. So poor woman friendly infrastructure in the field of workplace, and pay disparity and break in profession during the course of life. Like if you take maternity leave kind of thing, so after the maternity leave, the woman can't perform as previously performed, and implement implicit the societal and cultural biases. Specialty related issue. So as already mentioned, so anesthesia is a easy access of injectable drug, and the emergency physician undue demand on circadian rhythm because of the stressful condition. So there is no proper circadian rhythm, and there is no proper sleep also. And also some of the article mentioned psychiatrist also belongs into the substance use disorder because the uppers and downers and usage based on immediate needs. And here in the medical economics also suggest So there is a why we also don't know why there is a very long duration of the working hours among doctors, and we can know, and sometimes we can take it as okay, fine, I will take a rest also, and I will practice the given time only, but in somehow we can't compromise the patient health also. So those things also here that is a very important thing to highlight. So that was never the plan, and so I had intended to practice independently, and if not for the money, at least to help the patient also. So there is a no retirement kind of thing. So because of the long duration of timing, because of even in some government colleges, the residents are working more than 18 hours in some of the admission day duties. So that time, those the circadian rhythm also altered. So course and consequences. So in Milter et al. In 2018 study, it indicates that in the initial stage, while it started affecting the behavior at home. So if the person's substance use disorder in the initial state, it only affect the behavior at home only. Subsequently, with peer and friends, and lastly at the hospital by the time of it would have appeared to the reach the advanced state, and the physician can protect their work and work of performance and image even when family life is some in some patient or in some physician, even though the family life is not good, the physician may project himself to the society like a with a great working performance. But in the backside, because of lack of family life, also the person may undergo into the substance use disorder. So this is the NIMANS data. So we discussed some of the data appeared from the foreign countries. So in the NIMANS data, here we can see here. So in this study conducted around 2014 period. So the study period was 2007 to 2012. So there is a total number of physicians are 58. So in that, so totally 58% of among the total number of physicians. So 58% used to prescribe and a high rate of treatment dropouts we can see, and 33% never follow up after the discharge. And the mean age of onset of substance use is 26 years, and the mean age of onset of dependence criteria is 32 years, and the mean age at initiation of first treatment for substance use disorder is 42 years. So as compared to the general population, we are doctors also, even though we know, so we are dependent to some kind of any kind of drugs or any kind of alcohol, kind of any kind of inebriants. So it's taking around 11 years to take a treatment as compared to the general population. So in such a situation, we are doctors also, we have to take care of our health. Otherwise, it impairs our practice also. And here they mentioned the other substance like among total 58 participants. So alcohol is the most common, like 30, opiates 26 people, and benzodiazepine 11, and multi-substance abuse 23. And the challenges faced at work. So challenges, changes in behavior at work, and direct psychoactive effects of substance, and there is no regularity and the punctuality, and a negative response to the substance use at the workplace. And the challenges faced, some other challenges: effect on clinical care and service delivery, effect on career and growth, and ethical issues at workplace and work environment. So reason for delay in seeking the treatment. So why? So as we discussed, so even though the doctor know we are dependent to the substance abuse, but what is the reason? So the first and foremost, the time and financial constraint, and the perceived lack of support and trust, and the ease of access to substance, and lack of awareness, and denial or overestimation of control. So as we previously discussed, and stigma. So reason for seeking treatment. So what are all reasons for seeking treatment as discussed in the previous study? So failed attempt of self absenteeism. So we can't take, so because we are also human, we are also not superhumans. So we can't control ourselves. So failed of attempt of self absenteeism, and references from workplace and family members and perceived effect on work, and factors related to availability of treatment. So if compared to the general population, we are doctors, so there is a special availability we can avail. So like there is a special service for doctor is available, and a direct access to the consultants, and the education of medical fraternity. So there is a lot of education available, and a restriction of access. If we know, we can tell. Okay, so you have to restrict ourselves. So it's the treatment part is not only the medication one. So it also includes the support from the family members, and the self control kind of thing, and drugs. Everything will be involved in this matter. So treatment consideration. So in the acute management should be empathetic, and management should always be by the professional directly, and referral to the appropriate medical board should be made. And because we can't tell the doctor to go there and here, so there should be the direct approach from the professional, and triage to the record facility after the evaluation. So even though after management there is a necessary, we have to follow up the physician whether there is a relapsing occur or not. So management protocol, the management protocol which includes the pharmacological as well as a psychological therapy. So uninterrupted therapy. So in after the inpatient care also, so post discharge weekly therapy should be continued for duration of 2 to 3 years after the discharge also. So family would be the central support system, and frequent meeting with the family should occur, and there is a better prognosis if family involved from the beginning of the treatment, and re-entry to the practice with close monitoring and the disaster plan adventure. So as mentioned here, so effective coping knowledge is a very important here, and in each and every stage from the medical student to the retirement, we have to adapt the coping skills using the cognitive behavior therapy and the mindfulness technique, and we have to provide the specialized mental health service to them. And if so, if that's a senior physician, reinforce the adaptive coping skills, and ensure the supervisor have supervise their mental health training. So finally, so prevention is better than cure. So initiation of substance use occurs during the medical schooling. So prevention strategies should be mainly initiated in this space. So with the education of the students in the medical school regarding not only the consequences and also treatment available, also we have to implement. And so, but also the vulnerability and health promotions also we have to give. And education regarding substance use disorder in medical school and hospitals is noted to be an effective strategy in prevention. So identifying and addressing underlying mental and physical health issues at the earliest is essential. So the risk of occupational exposure to low dose of anesthetics or analgesic agents via inhalation. So sometimes it's a accidental exposure also, or a skin absorption has been proposed. So hence among the physician who spend an extended period in a period of time in the operation theater, additional precaution to be prevented exposure to the substance use if necessary. To prevent the further impairment in the physician, so change in the work environment and the supervision can be advised. So, and if not sufficient, change of specialty needed, as mentioned in this study. So the key to recover and re-enter into the clinical practice lies the effective relapse prevention with education and close monitoring. So seniors only one of the best and a good role model. Seniors should be a best role model to the juniors. So as mentioned here, so seniors only should guide the junior. So what are all adverse effects of substance use disorder, and what are all complications, and what are all lawsuits will happen. So those things seniors only should guide the juniors. So yeah, physician mental health program need to be formulated. It should be facilitatory and not punitive, and it should be proactive and not reactionary. So screening for drug use. So routine random drug testing of a physician may be an effective component of both prevention and early intervention. mandatory testing is performed in other professions where public safety is an issue. So such kind of thing we can follow in our profession also. So some experts suggest random drug testing of a physician with initial applications in the high-risk fields of anesthesia, surgery, and emergency medicine. So as we mentioned here, so treatment wise, it's not only a single drug treatment. So which involves the addiction counseling and mutual help groups and medication, psychotherapy, and addressing the risk a physician with the substance use disorder and learning drug refusal skills and kind of an naltrexone kind of thing we can use in case of opioid antagonist. So professional life to family life and personal life. So we have to divide our time for what we have to give us such kind of time. This is I giving the time to my professional life. This is my personal life. This is to my family life. So in such kind of time, so we can prevent the substance use disorder. And in case of any kind of substance use disorder, so the family give a major role to prevent that. So in my conclusion of the presentation, so too much delay in recognition and treatment of SUD in a physician, which impairs the person's practice. So as I already mentioned, in other countries, so there is a lot of physician health programs are there, but in India there is a very minimal kind of physician health programs. So we suggest that there should be some of the physician health program which improve our healthy behaviors, and for the substance use disorder, those kind of program can support because of the psychological counseling. So on the system should be geared up and to address this deficit, and tailor-made intervention for each individuals will work the best. A clear approach to real-time monitoring during aftercare is needed. In case, so if you are giving the treatment to the physician, so after even though the person is dropped out, so we have to call the family members and we have to counsel the family members, and we have to give a detailed explanation of how the substance use disorder will affect the doctor's life and how it affects the patient life and what are all legal complications are there. Everything we have to address to the family members, then it will work. So these are my reference of the presentation. And I thank the entire organizing committee of Glafims Academy, and I give a special thank to Dr. Imran Sabri sir and Vijay Paul Kanakul sir for this wonderful opportunity. And one and all, what are all participants are available here, I thank for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Parimal, for this nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
Now I'd like to invite Dr. Vijay Pal Kanagwal sir to present you the certificate.
Yes, Dr. Imran, it was a wonderful discussion by Dr. Perumal, and he specifically talked about the challenges and the disorder of substance abuse amongst doctors, and he very well explained the root causes, the challenges, the societal and cultural biases, and one very important line which I found very interesting, that we, the doctors, are alone but not lonely. And he suggested this thing for drug abuse, and it had been a very wonderful task about the substance use disorder amongst doctors. And we present the certificate of accomplishment to Dr. Perumal for delivering this very good lecture on substance use disorder amongst doctors, and particularly the understanding and addressing the challenges. So please accept the certificate from the Glafims India and from Mexico, our unit, Dr. Perumal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
so
very
much,
much
sir.
for the great
Yes, sir.
lecture.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Now I am seeing Victor. Victor, are you here? Because it is good morning at Mexico. So
Good
Victor,
morning.
good morning.
Good
You
morning.
wake up early.
Buenos días a todos. Buenas noches allá. Saludos afectuosos. ¿Cómo están? un abrazo muy fuerte.
So,
Good morning, good night.
Dr. Victor.
yes, good night at our place and good morning at your place.
Yeah.
So just to brief you, we have lots of presentation and next is the last presentation. So next is Dr. Senthil. Dr. Senthil, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please go ahead, share your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Senthil.
Yes,
I
sir.
know
Yes,
you have some video issues, so no issues. You can present with audio. Are you
Yes,
able
sir.
to share your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please share your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Please share.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is
Yes.
right now. Okay, just to brief you that there is some technical issues with the Senthil camera, so he will be presenting in audio mode with his presentation. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all.
Senthil,
First, before yes,
not yet opened.
not open, sir.
Yes, you can open it and share.
Yes.
Yes, now it is visible. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all present here from India. I am Dr. Senthil Kumaran. Before starting my presentation, I'd like to thank Dr. Imran Sabri sir for giving me an opportunity to present in this conference among elite members. So today I will be presenting on ethical consideration and legal challenges in the implementation of artificial intelligence in law enforcement. So first we'll start with the definition. As everyone knows, artificial intelligence is a broadest term, is an intelligence exhibited by machines, particularly computer system, as opposed to the natural intelligence of an human being, which is a definition which is known to one and all. Where the applications of AI has become prominent throughout worldwide. It has been used in so many places, right from the beginning, from search engines, what we use from Google search to targeting online advertisements, where we search for something and the related information gets to us from various other platform, what we are using, right from our social media aspects to artificial intelligence plays a part in that one. And when you go for other virtual assistants like Siri or Alexa, what we use regularly for any other purpose, it also where artificial intelligence plays a role in redirecting to different services which we ask for. Autonomous self-driving cars is made in Western countries so popular. Language translator, Google translators, that Google translator enabled mobiles are now coming with uh, various language options. Facial recognition app like we use Apple Face IDs and many other Face IDs app which we are using throughout our life. It has been becoming more and more useful in various forms throughout in the worldwide. And there are pros and cons which has been related to artificial intelligence. The main advantage of its usage or its efficiency and accuracy, its data effective data acquisition, data analysis. It can use the mechanical advantage, understanding high dimensional data. It is one of the advantage which we related to artificial. And there are also cons which leads to uncontrollability. There is no high cost related to it, a reduced number of jobs for humans. And mainly we are doing, today's topic is mainly considering about ethical consideration and legal consideration. As towards many presentation and earlier, they also said when the started using of AI is coming more into prominent, ethical and legal consideration are also coming into picture day by day, with so many cases being referred for ethical and legal aspect of artificial intelligence. The role of AI in healthcare. The application of AI has the potential to increase patient care and quality of life. Through the lens of the Hippocratic Oath, which we take, the medical professionals are ethically compelled to use AI if the application can more accurately diagnose and treat patients. If we found the particular usage of AI can be helpful in diagnosing a disease or treating a disease, if the availability of AI is in particular setup is available, then it should be made use to effectively diagnose and treat the patient. There are various benefits of artificial intelligence in the healthcare industry. It can enhance a patient's care. Definitely, it can enhance a patient care, reduce care cost because in a shortage of time, you can analyze various permutation and combination algorithms are available to reduce care of cost, reduce stress levels, better decision making, which can aid in making a decision, data analysis and improve diagnosis. It can effectively time save because of various algorithm neural pathways which is available, improved healthcare experience which is available, offering accurate information whenever it is possible to give that accurate information, it can be made useful. Economic forecasters have predicted explosive growth of artificial intelligence health market in the coming years. More and more softwares have been created, more and more apps have been created, and the economic forecasters have they predicted it can be an explosive growth in the future years it's coming. With this growth comes many challenges and should be implemented ethically and legally. So now there is an increased number of ethical challenges which the AI makers and the users face nowadays because of ethical and legality which is surrounding AI increased usage. AI which developed without scientific validation loses its credibility and potential threat to the people involved, like privacy violation to misguided information. So it should be the whatever AI, if we are talking about healthcare industry, the AI which is developed for healthcare need, it should be scientifically validated. Like any drugs or something which is scientifically validated, then it comes to the market. But nowadays that is lagging, and so many apps related to health and other things are coming into market without any scientific validation or less scientific validation. So we'll be seeing in detail in further slides what are the ethical and legal challenges. So usage of ethical artificial intelligence comes with both ethical and legal things. So ethically, what are the ethical regulation? What are the regulation they have for AI? What are the privacies? Any bias related to the algorithms? Transparency and relevance. Legality, it comes with governance, confidentiality, liability of the things, accuracy, and decision making. What are the ethical considerations? Artificial intelligence related to ethics mainly are leading to security, which is the main thing when it comes to ethical part when we're dealing with artificial intelligence. What is the security of the data we are provided? Responsibility of the people who are handling the data, safety, bias and fairness when we are using particular AI, and transparency of those methods which have been employed. First, we comes about privacy and confidentiality. The technique used to acquire data for algorithms have raised concern about privacy and copyright. So many techniques which the AI is using and which is used for analyzing the data, they raise the questions how they have acquired the data or algorithms and how they are compiling this AI flowchart to make into consideration how they are acquiring the data must ensure sensitive health information remains confidential and is not improperly accessed or shared. Example, so there is a radioactive imaging which can be shared throughout. The AI-powered medical imaging system must ensure that patient data used for training is encrypted to protect patient privacy. Only the person who is using the data, who is in relation to the person, who is looking after the patient, treating patient or diagnosing the patient should have access to it. And it should not be circulated throughout the various. So privacy should be maintained at all the levels. Informed consent to use this data. Artificial intelligence, health apps, and chatbots. There are so many health apps which you are using right from drinking water, taking food, exercise, and chatbots, which are useful for chatbots are available not only for banking sector or shopping sector, even for health sector. Chatbots are come into picture where we type question, they have series of questions, and if you select one question, what is the answer we are getting? So increasingly, it is coming into picture used for diet guidance to health assessment by wearable sensors. So we are seeing so many people, and most of the people, mostly youngsters, are using, and all the age groups are using wearable sensors. And we don't know, such apps raise questions. So many apps, when we open either in any devices, so many apps, health devising apps are your diet planning, your exercise planner, so many apps are available. And whatever data we are going to give, we don't know what is the credibility. It will be stored in particular thing and it will not be shared to others. That raises a serious question about our individuality, how our data get shared throughout. Such apps raise questions about user agreements and their relations to informed consent. Example, before using an AI-driven chat box for mental health counseling, if they are using a chat box, patients are informed about how their data will be collected, stored, and used. If at all the person with mental illness is using a chat box for his condition, the previous set of rules should be laid on how the data will be collected, stored, and used for future use. They are given the option to consent. Whenever the person, any health related thing, the person is using a chat box, he has been given an option to consent to use the chatbot or to opt for traditional counseling method. There should be a two options at the beginning of the conversation. That option should be given whether they should be continuing with that one or they are opting for a traditional method. Algorithm fairness and bias. The AI mainly in health sector based on algorithm, how the algorithm is prepared. If you enter one set of value, how in algorithm it flows and how it is coming to a conclusion. And the main aspect is how the algorithm is prepared. Whether the algorithm is prepared for that group of population or it has been prepared for some other group of population which has been imbibed into other group of population. That should be taken into consideration, because when the algorithm is prepared for certain group of people and then the same algorithms is employed in other group of people, the chances of bias will be there and that will not be an effective AI method to diagnose or treat a person. AI algorithm must be trained on diverse and representative database. If at all they are using for one disease, it should be made, that algorithm should be made using different sets of people and then they should form a common thing. If at all they are checked in one group of population, it is effective only for that group of population. The same effectiveness will not be reflected in other group of population. Careful attention should be paid to ensure that AI system do not disproportionately benefit or harm certain demographic groups. For example, so here we are seeing this is what are the bias. If at all we are going to prepare one algorithm for Alzheimer's group of people, so we are taking into consideration particular phenotype and genotype relations are involved. Bias A could, for instance, leads to false diagnosis and render treatments ineffective for some subpopulation and jeopardize their safety. If at all an AI algorithm is formed to detect some Alzheimer's disease in a group of people, and if they are not taken for non-early Alzheimer's, only for early Alzheimer's, they are detected at age. So certain groups will go missing, like they will not be able to detect non-early Alzheimer's. So it should be properly made, considered into population groups and also considering the phenotype and genotype of that group which exists. Safety and transparency, AI algorithm to assess information from patients' medical records and help physicians explore treatment options for their patients. Recently come under criticism by reportedly giving unsafe and incorrect recommendation for treatment. Recently, it has been happening in Western world. There is a complaint against an IBM technology which uses as a cancer oncology detection process where it has given a wrongful information so that treatment or diagnosis path goes haywire. So that should be taken into consideration. Clinical validation and accountability. If an AI has been used in any diagnosis on treatment, Whether the complete blame should go on the AI or the treatment part, the physician takes the accountability for that thing. AI system used for diagnostic or treatment purpose must undergo rigorous clinical validation to ensure their safety, efficacy, and reliability. Like any other drug which is coming to the use for human, it should go that the AI which is used for health sector also should undergo proper validation to ensure their safety, efficacy, and reliability, and they should take this in consideration. Healthcare providers and developers should be held accountable for the outcomes of AI-driven decision. So AI-driven decision is not completely dependent on AI. It can only facilitate or help the physician in improving the diagnosis or treatment. It is not that AI-driven thing should be always considered. The deciding part of these things lies with the healthcare providers. Healthcare will be used as an aid to assist them, not to be driven by them. Example, in so many places we are seeing a triage system. Here in this, we can see that whenever they are telemedicine or something, they are receiving a call, it will be feed into an artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence through chat box or some other method, they will be redirecting them to whether you want to go top priority will be given or it's a non-urgent method is urgent method. This type of thing should be not to be used, and a physician decision should be taken into account, not completely dependent on AI-driven mechanism in any part of the treatment protocols, especially in emergency room treatment. Human rights and anatomy. While AI can enhance clinical decision making, it should not replace human judgment entirely. It can only enhance. We can use that AI to enhance or to make the decision in a proper way, but in any point of time, it should not replace human judgment entirely. Healthcare professionals should retain ultimate responsibility for patient care. At any given point of time, healthcare professionals should retain ultimate responsibility for patient care, with AI systems serving as tool to support their decision-making process. Radiologists can use AI-assisted diagnostic tools to analyze medical images, but the final diagnosis and treatment decision are made by the radiologist, who exercise their clinical judgment based on the AI's recommendation and other clinical factors. So here there is a different thing: assistive, autonomous information, and autonomous decision. In assistive, a device is there. So a device is giving some information, and based on that information, suppose a person with breast cancer is coming, AI device with mammography gives some information. The device is mingled with clinician. Okay, so both of them help in taking a decision. So AI-enabled mammography in breast cancer can help a clinician to come into decision. In other cases, autonomous information, where, so example like ECG can provide ECG, which is can provide the information what are the heart rate pattern, everything, and based on that information, the clinician to take a decision based on this. Autonomous information is there, and sometimes autonomous information and autonomous decision in which the AI will give the, suppose a diabetic retinopathy there, some sophisticated instruments are available where it denotes this is a case of diabetic retinopathy and no need to further mingling with it. So the AI will take automatically decision what grade of retinopathy is there for that patient. So the decision is based on that. So this is the major things. Equitable access and affordability. One of the ethical consideration is if at all we are going to use an AI-enabled thing for a people, whether it is equally available for all the pieces and whether it is affordable by all the people. That should be taken. The AI should not be used for one set of people and it should not be used. It cannot be used for other set of the people. That is the main ethical consideration which we face in our country, like developing countries like India. Access to AI-enabled healthcare services should be equitable, ensuring that all patients, regardless of socio-economic status, have access to the benefits of AI technologies. Suppose there is a remote area, a telemedicine platform is there, and a telemedicine platform where the different groups of people, and it should not be available for only for particular set of people, which is not available for other set of people. A telemedicine platform powered by AI is made available to rural communities lacking access to specialized healthcare services. So that should be taken into consideration. Data governance and security. Data governance framework must be in place to protect patient data from unauthorized access. What if at all if AI is used to collect data or store data or to transfer data, the person who is collecting data should be in authorized way and you should provide a proper security for the data. There should not be any unauthorized access or breaches in the system or misuse of data from the person who has collected from it. AI-enabled electronic health record system preventing unauthorized access and breaches. So AI-enhanced health record system. Recently, last year, there was many attack on AIMS New Delhi Hospital has undergone this electronic health record phishing attack, where the lot of health record data has been cyber attack was there on so many data have been collected by them. And such kind of things should be prevented in further, which we will have a proper health record maintenance system. And it can be done by preventing unauthorized access and data breaches. The firewall for protecting the health record should be made severe, and the punishment for that also made severe for the person who is doing. Continuing monitoring and evaluation, AI system should be continually monitored and evaluated for their impact on patient outcomes, healthcare workflows, and ethical consideration. Regular audits can help identify and address any bias, errors, or unintended consequences. So a patient is going for AI-enabled system of healthcare is there, and a patient should be monitored health status, and any discrepancies or issues identified are promptly addressed through system updates and improvement. So that should be made access. Professional integrity and accountability. Healthcare professionals and AI developers should adhere to ethical guidelines and code of conduct that prioritize patient well-being, integrity, and professional responsibility. What are the legal challenges related to, these are the ethical challenges we have discussed. What are the ethical challenges, how the safety and other things. What are the legal challenges one faces during usage of AI, artificial intelligence? Data privacy and security regulation. Whenever we are talking about AI-driven healthcare sector, the main thing which comes into picture is data privacy. So recently in AIMS New Delhi, the data privacy breach in health record system has happened, and it leads to a lot of chaos. And similarly, government has warned so many institutes like there will be a data privacy and how you should make that thing. All the IT departments were very busy during that time. Many hospitals, government has warned there should not be any breach, and if at all happen, what should be done, how you can manage. There are different acts which is available throughout the world. For each country, they have different acts to prevent data privacy. Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act in United States, and General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union was there for some times in US and in European Union in some other countries. In India, this was been in news, but recently it came into picture. Digital Data Protection Act in August 2023 only. This has came into picture in India, how the individual data has to be provided, protected, and if at all there is a breach, what are the punishment perpetrators who are causing it. Everything came into picture last year, according to some Western countries, Data Protection Act. AI-driven electronic record system must ensure security measures to safeguard patient health information. Liability and accountability. Healthcare providers, AI developers, the person who is developing AI, and the healthcare providers and other stakeholders may face legal liability for malpractice and product defects. Clear guidelines are needed to allocate responsibility and remain accountability of whatever they are doing. If an AI algorithm failed to correctly diagnose a patient condition, resulting in harm, determining whether liability lies with the healthcare provider, AI developer, or both can be legally complex and may vary depending on factors such as degree of human oversight and the AI system level of autonomy. What autonomy a person has with that AI system, So that is also comes into picture whenever there is a problem revealing with accountability and transparency of the AI system which has been used in all sectors. Intellectual property right. AI technologies often rely on proprietary algorithms, software and data sets which has been developed by individual companies, and they are mainly depend on algorithm. Intellectual property rights issues regarding ownership, licensing and use of AI related innovations, particularly in case where multiple parties are involved in the development of implement of AI systems. Example, a pharmaceutical company develops a proprietary AI algorithm for drug discovery. Protecting the company's intellectual property rights through patents and trade secrets enables to maintain a competitive advantage in the market. Whenever there is a breach in that one and a person using of the same algorithm in different thing, there comes a legal effect also relating to that one. So whenever a driven software or something which is used for health or which has been identified, it should be made proper pattern and with this thing. Otherwise, it leads to legal effects. Data ownership and sharing. Healthcare data used to train AI modules is sourced from multiple healthcare institutions or collected from individual patients. Legal frameworks must be established to use a healthcare data in AI application. Whatever they are collecting a health data from different people, and if at all they are making into an AI applications, the legal framework should be there. Any breach which will come into effect. Regulatory approval and oversight. To obtain approval for AI-driven medical devices, diagnostic tool, and treatment algorithm from such agencies as Food and Drug Administration or European medical agencies, regulatory approval and oversight how its functioning should be made. A startup develops an AI software application for detecting early signs of diabetic retinopathy. The company must obtain FDA approval for medical device before marketing AI-driven things to get an approval before being marketed in other places. Informed consent. Informed consent is another major thing. If at all the person is not informed properly or consent is not obtained, then it can lead to legal prosecution that the person may say like they have been not properly informed. Healthcare providers must ensure that patients are adequately informed about the use of AI technologies in their care and obtain explicit consent where required by the law. Transparency regarding how AI algorithm operates. AI-powered chatbot to assist patients with medication management. If at all they are using to given a chatbot for a person how to take a medication or when to take, so that should be in a transparent way. It should be made possible. Patients are informed about the chatbot's capabilities and limitations. Whenever the chatbot is used for used in assisting patient in assisting in dieting or taking a medication, they should be well informed like it is a chatbot. It cannot be 100% reliable and what are its capabilities and what are its limitations. So that should be mentioned in there and their consent is obtained before engaging with the system. It should not be done afterwards. Before engaging with the system, they should be well informed about the chatbot and also if preferable a consent has to be obtained for the usage also. Interoperability and standards. Achieving interoperability among different AI systems and healthcare IT infrastructure is for seamless integration and data exchange. If at all they are using an AI in different health infrastructure, so integration and data exchange should be made possible. And there should be a proper MOU or agreement if at all they are going to use an AI in different hospitals and different sectors, which is from different management or something, different governments. A proper MOU should be made, then should be made. Otherwise, there will be a problem in the future. Healthcare organization adopt interoperability standards such as fast healthcare interoperability resources to enable the interaction of AI-driven application with an electronic health system, allowing for the secure exchange of patient data. Professional regulation and liability. Legal clarity is needed regarding the roles, responsibilities, and liabilities of healthcare professionals in the use of AI-driven tools and decision support systems. The legal clarity should be there. What is the roles and responsibility of a healthcare professional? What roles and responsibility a doctor should have or a nursing officer should have whenever they are using a AI-driven mechanism? International collaboration on harmonization is a must. If at all AI is being involved, AI is being growing day-to-day practice. It is growing widely, and more people are using it. It is not restricted to only one part of the world. It has been going global, and so many people are using the same app throughout the world. And international collaboration is a must in the future. And if at all there will be sparsity will be there, some person will be benefited by using a AI in a proper way in health sector, and we will be lagging in some part of the world where we will not be able to access if there is no international collaboration. Legal challenges in the implementation of AI in the health sector may require international collaboration and harmonization of laws, regulation, and standard to ensure consistency and interoperability across jurisdictions. So if at all the AI is going to evolve, and it should be an international law should be there, collaboration should be there to make it effectively and to benefit all kinds of people around the world. If there is no any international collaboration, one group of people, one set of country will be enjoying the benefits, other will be lagging behind it, and will not be able to use an AI in a proper way. And finally, conclusion, integration of AI into healthcare is rapidly reshaping and revolutionizing every aspect of healthcare delivery. It is essential to address ethical, legal, and societal consideration. Previously, there might not be any ethical or legal consideration. Once the AI stopped developing from the nascent stage to what it is now, there are so many ethical and legal cases which has been come into court of law, and so many considerations, and countries are making strict acts for data privacy and other things because of AI driven apps and other things which is coming into picture. So it is essential to address all these things and come to a conclusion with a proper act and law. With continued research and collaboration, AI has the power to significantly enhance quality care for individuals around the world. These are my references. And thank you for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vijay, sir. Yes, sir, Dr. Vijay, sir. Please present.
We are honored to present this certificate of accomplishment to Dr. Senthil Kumaran for delivering the invited guest lecture on ethical consideration and legal challenges in the implementation of artificial intelligence in law enforcement, the CME, which has been organized on the topic forensic intelligence, organized jointly by Glafims India and Colegio Federal de Peritos, Mexico. So please accept the certificate of accomplishment, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
regarding this artificial insemination, this is very common term.
Yes, that's why usually it
Yes,
comes
so
to my
I
mind
have seen-
artificial insemination.
Yes,
Otherwise,
actually-
AI is artificial intelligence.
Yes, actually, this thing I have seen in many of our colleague that many times because this term
AI
is verbal to us, so we are using it. But at the same time, if you see, artificial insemination is for the important people, and artificial intelligence is also like if you cannot do anything with the brain, you need an artificial intelligent person to do
Right.
it.
Right.
So correlation can be similar in that manner. Yes.
Absolutely.
And with this note, I think Dr. Victor is want to address from Mexico, and since he is Spanish, so he will be addressing us in Spanish. So apologies for this, but we will send the transcript to you if you need. Okay. Yes, Dr. Victor. Over to you.
Thank you. Congratulations a los expositores, doctor Sentil y los demás que han hecho unas excelentes exposiciones. Nos sentimos muy halagados de tener este nivel de exposición y el impacto que se tiene. Por algo, Glafims es global. Y bueno, van a venir también adelante expositores de México, del Colegio Federal de Peritos, en lo que es odontología forense, con el doctor Carlos Hernández, para que pues conjuntamente con lo que ahora todos ustedes han logrado exponernos, pues de verdad estamos muy halagados que nosotros formemos parte de esta gran hermandad de la globalidad del conocimiento. Muchas gracias a todos por permitirme rubricar parte de esos reconocimientos que con todo cariño, afecto, pues los damos a ustedes y pues siempre el doctor Vijat o Villac, no sé cómo se pronuncia adecuadamente, y también el doctor Irran, que nos hacen favor de estar trabajando en todo momento. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Victor. So nice that you have spare your time, and we know just you woke up. It is good morning for you. So thank you for taking for your time you spent here. And with this, we go to our next presentation. Rather, if we can take some questions before that. Geraldine, you have some questions? Okay, no issues. So with this, we
I have a question.
Pios, yes, go ahead.
I have question. No.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
As the world continues to embrace AI technology, I foresee a future whereby AI will go into the mainstream of nanotechnology. And if it eventually happens that AI becomes nanotechnology, or let's say nano AI, and gets into the brain, maybe to aid or help patients who have paralysis or that requires brain-computer interfaces. How can the medical community be able to prevent from such nano AI from infringing on a patient's privacy?
Okay, anyone? Any panelist? No, Pios, can you type your question in the question box? Pios, please type your question in the question box to make it more clear to us. Okay, I think Pius is not responding. So it was not clear to me. So if anybody has clear question, can respond, or we can start with the panel discussion. So this panel discussion is on legal liabilities of medical error while using artificial intelligence as a supportive tool to assist. So I have just framed a few questions, and the audience is also free to ask any questions. So some of the questions, now with this knowledge that we have today, it is very clear that artificial intelligence is taking over many things. And till now, we are involved in the medical legal practices. So we have new challenges that we are facing. So the issues that we are facing is might be related with the technology and some challenges and with the new learning. So, and building a new environment and new technology is taking up with the things. So our role is getting limited in many areas. So we will discuss on legal aspects, ethical aspects, and AI takeover, and our future role as a forensic expert in this field. Our invited panelists are Dr. George Paul, Dr. Tapas, Dr. Yakubu, Dr. Gunti, Dr. Vardat, Dr. Pirumal, Dr. Senthil, Dr. Vijay, Dr. Chaitanya, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Ashish, and myself, Dr. Imran, as moderator. First question. So we will ask some questions first, 5 questions, and then the audience is free to ask. Are we leaving our medical legal responsibilities on artificial intelligence? Dr. George. Dr. George.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I don't think that whatever is generated by artificial intelligence is viable and acceptable in court. It might assist us in reducing maybe our workload, in making diagnoses and other things. But it's like, for instance, when you have digitally modified a photograph and then you try to admit it in court, they say it's been modified, we will not accept. Similarly, if, for instance, what you observe is one thing, but what you interpret and present is something else. Artificial intelligence to me is based on what we have fed into it. And then what it has worked out, if you're talking of self-learning and all that kind of stuff, it is primarily premised on what you've already fed into it and the algorithms and all. So it's a creation. Can a creation be final? And from that also stems all those various things. Can it be held legally responsible if they make a mistake? We can be held legally responsible if we make mistakes, criminally or civilly. Can we do that to a machine? I don't think we can. So then all the points which have been raised already, can you hold the creator of that intelligence to be responsible, the user of that intelligence to be responsible? All the things come up. So I don't think in the immediate future we're going to have artificial intelligence take over the role of human beings in medical legal decisions and responsibilities. That's my take on the whole.
Yes, so I have a Yakubo raised hand for this. Yakubo, please go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, on this question number 1, even though artificial intelligence is certainly playing an increasing role in various fields, including the medical legal matters, so definitely artificial intelligence can assist in tasks like analyzing medical data or predicting outcomes, definitely. So there's no two way about this. But it is very important to remember that ultimate responsibility still lies on humans. The ultimate responsibility of each and every task that involves the use of artificial intelligence still lies on humans. Because since this technology is still evolving, is still advancing, there is no way we can rely completely on this AI. So human beings has the responsibility or the power. Still, the human beings has the power in performing each and every task in medical aspect, being it diagnostic, being it record keeping, being it like analyzing results in each and every other aspect. So definitely human beings play a crucial role. And therefore, with this, the only way we can overcome the bias or the limitation of this artificial intelligence presently, because since it's still evolving, so regulations and guidelines should be developed to ensure that artificial intelligence align with ethical and legal standards. So with these regulations and guidelines, definitely each and every result or each and every outcome that is being produced by artificial intelligence should follow regulations and guidelines which aligns with the ethical and legal standard of each and every standard organization. So with this, we can vividly, that means we have to combine artificial intelligence and human power. So with this, we can vividly agree on the edge on we can limit the limitation or the errors that are being produced by AI, because I can see there is I think is I can't remember the name. You mentioned that there is misinformation that was produced by artificial intelligence in identification of human. I think it's in the chat box. I can't remember who typed that particular issue. There is misinformation which leads to conviction of inappropriate perpetrator of a crime. So with this, as far as we rely on the result, or we only rely on the result produced by artificial intelligence, so definitely this kind of error cannot be avoided. But as far as regulations and guidelines are being produced to ensure artificial intelligence align with our ethical and legal standards, so I think we are on the safer side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yakubu, for these comments. I think when we have some servant, so our servant usually makes us lazy. Okay. So for example, if we have a domestic servant, that makes us lazy. So AI is also a robot. If I have a robot in my practices, so I will not do that thing further. So I will be a little bit lazy in that. But at the same time, on the other hand, we have legal responsibilities, which makes me accountable for my acts, of all my responsibilities. So a balance of these two is is to be reached, because at the same time I should not be running away from my legal responsibilities, as well as moral and ethical responsibilities for my task. And taking assistance till a level, I am not become lazy, it is acceptable. But if it makes me lazy, then we should do something for that. Dr. Tapas has raised hand. Dr. Tapas.
No, I am with the same line as you are now just discussed. Basically, whenever a new thing comes, people become crazy. So just think about when the television came or when anything new. So now it is a craze. And I think the ethical part, the legal part, etc. will come and it will settle down. And regarding the legal responsibility, it solely depends on the person who is liable. We cannot share that I don't know anything. It is artificial intelligence. So, but the robo cannot be taken to the court of law for any action. So definitely the person is responsible, and the responsibility, it should be understandable that whatever we are doing, we must be liable for the consequences. It's a fundamental thing. And I think the only possible thing to break the law is to know the law. Unless you know the law, you cannot break it. So everyone should learn artificial intelligence and use it in a proper way so that it can help. It should be our slave. We shall not be the slave of artificial intelligence. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We have one more. You can take one more response before moving to the next question. Dr. George is raising the hand. Dr. George, please go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to bring out is not exactly artificial intelligence, but it's the way people are going I see the same behavior when artificial intelligence starts taking over interpretation and analysis. It will be something similar. What I was going to talk about is, for instance, you have situations where, for instance, a person is septicemic, and I'm talking from the experience we see from the medical notes of our cases. And then they say, oh, the white cell count has come down, and some of the markers are down, so he's improving. Whereas the person is dying. So the person is dying, the body is not going to throw out all the responses of a healthy person. And then they're very surprised that the person suddenly died or really went downhill and died. So we don't know why it happened. Therefore, it should be a should be a coroner's case. So now, this is the kind of interpretation mechanically which is coming out by just interpreting chemical values and those kind of things. And how would artificial intelligence help us in that? It's not going to help you come to that sixth sense, that sense you gain from years of experience and other things, to say no, something is still very, very wrong. These levels, these markers, these other things are not interpreting the right thing, right? So I'm afraid that as more and more we start just looking, rather than the skill of a physician through the years that we have of learning, teaching experience, we start depending on a machine to just mechanically interpret values for us. We are going to have more and more mistakes. And the best example is, there was a paper in uh, it came out in the 1990s, which analyzed in Munich. This hospital reviewed uh, pre-mortem and post-mortem diagnoses and the advance of technology. So this was from the 70s to the late 90s, 4 decades of the analysis, 60s and 90s. So during this period, you had uh, ultrasound coming in, CT scans coming in, MRIs coming in. And what did the results find? As more technology came in, there were more therapeutic errors. So when you're going to depend on this kind of technology, interpretation of data and a result out of it, and get away from the human assessment and value, I'm afraid that we will have more problems rather than better solutions.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is rather for this. Uh, who will be responsible for errors in medical legal practice depending on AI, that are dependent on AI? So whether the human being, that is the consultant, or the robot itself, or the technology or the management part of it, because they are the one who authorized the purchase and implementation of this new technology. So they must have some shared responsibility. So in your opinion, who is responsible for the medical errors in the practice based on AI? Yakubu, yes, you raised your hand. Please, Yakubu, go ahead.
All right. Actually, with regarding this question number two, I would like to consider like three individuals that will be responsible for errors in medical legal practice depending on AI. So in medical legal practice involving artificial intelligence, the responsibility for errors typically may falls on the healthcare provider. That is one, that is using the AI. Then secondly, the producer or the developer of the artificial intelligence. Because definitely before using an AI, there must be collaboration between the user, the developer, and the company, or yeah, the developers is also the developer, and the regulatory bodies that allow the use of that particular artificial intelligence. So that means the healthcare provider that is using the artificial intelligence, the developer of the artificial intelligence, then the regulatory bodies that is overseeing the use of this particular artificial intelligence. That is why I always emphasize on regulatory bodies, legal framework on using AI. So as far as
Yakubu, I have a cross question for this. Now, you mentioned it very correct that we have a shared responsibility. But the healthcare provider will say that since robot has done this mistake, okay,
Wow.
why you are fixing my accountability? This error is done by robots. I have not instructed robot. He
Yeah.
has done this error, so he is responsible. So what is your answer in this?
All right. There's no way, as far as, for example, I'm a scientist, laboratory scientist. I want to carry a particular analysis. Let's say kidney function test. So an artificial intelligence or robot has been brought by the management of that particular healthcare facility and to use to carry out that particular analysis. So there is no way I will allow this robot to operate not under my watch. So now, before analyzing analyzing the samples, there must be a reagent that will be used on the robot. There must be a calibration that must be done on the robot, or there are some minor things that's supposed to be done or to be checkmate on the robot before it undergoes the analysis. So therefore, the laboratory scientist should be the overseer of that particular artificial intelligence to perform that particular task. So that is why I said it is he will be responsible for error as a result of him not overseeing the activity carried out by the robot. That is
Yes,
what I'm trying to say. Just yeah.
Yes, thank you. Dr. George, one question for you. Now, as you know that the management is the one who put this assistant to us, and the administrative control is the management. So we are working, as you are working as a consultant, the management has given you some AI tool. And since it is in their administrative control, do they share any responsibility of the error, or as a consultant, you have the sole responsibility? Dr. George.
Um, to the courts, the front-facing person responsible for the opinion is us forensic medicine people. We cannot absolve ourselves from that responsibility. So no matter whether we dug out something ourselves, we had a machine interpret it for us or dig it out for us and all that, we are the ones who ultimately sign off on that opinion. So we will be held responsible. So even if we got the tender and got the best, the cheapest one, or we overlooked the tender and looked for specs and got the best specs, we got the smartest guys to build the smartest thing. We are putting for that opinion ourselves, and we cannot escape from that. So because of which, we will be actually presenting to the world, this is our medical legal opinion, and it's our responsibility. So I don't think we can bring into that as a defense if anything goes wrong. Those other parties. It's like, for instance, I was supposed to take a medical legal photograph, of a case, and I screwed up. The lens is dirty. It was out of focus. This and that. Whatever it is. I mean, I can't blame the tool. I should have taken the photograph. I haven't taken the photograph. If I don't have the evidence to present before court, I'm held responsible that I cannot substantiate what I said. The same thing applies here. So I think semantics is fine. Responsibility ultimately rests with us, I think.
Yes, very nicely said, Dr. George. Now, so as per the opinion developed from our experts, I can conclude in this question that the major responsibility for the medical error will always goes to the person, healthcare provider, or the medical legal expert. However, there is some shared responsibility, but we cannot say that the majority of the responsibility for other stakeholders, but the person who is providing, the forensic expert who is providing the services, is the sole responsible for the errors. He cannot go into denial by saying that the technology is deficient or something, administration is there. So again, Dr. George is raising a yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so this is not exactly the same thing, but in the Evidence Act, while they say confessions are not admissible, and by the way, Singapore's acts are the Indian Penal Code, the Evidence Act, the Contract Act. So I'm very, very comfortable here, by the way. So in the Evidence Act, anything you get out of a confession, that is certainly the police, is not admissible. But recovery of evidence is admissible. So the thing is that you that evidence that you recovered, only that is admissible. The whole circumstance is not admissible. The people involved and various other things may not be admissible. How did you come to know is not admissible, and all that. Just a little bit of that evidential fact is admissible. Similarly, here, I'm not saying it's the same thing. What you opine is the thing admitted in court. I still feel I use the best equipment, I use the worst equipment, I use the smartest guys, I didn't use the very smart guys, may not have that much relevance because I relied on it. And until we have some legal, quasi-legal, judicial judgments, other things and all that to say that technology can also, if it misleads, be held responsible. I don't think we can step away from this responsibility. That's my feelings.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this. Now I think we should go to the next question so that all questions should be answered. Dr. Ahmed from Tanzania. Raising hand. Dr. Ahmed, please go ahead. Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Ahmed. I don't know what is happening.
Sorry. Oh, sorry for my not active participating in the group. Anyway, what I have learned, we've got a forensic lab here where I was working, and then what we know that these robot machines on these IA machines, whatever, they're buying it from a company which is registered, and then there's also something like license you have to pay, something like that, if I'm not wrong. And then also there's a contract. You cannot, and also upgrading the machine. Okay? I think if I'm not wrong. Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there should be something. We cannot buy a bot or bring it in without having the license of operating it, and also upgrading the machine. They will tell you. So if anything happens, I think the company have to be sued. Maybe if something goes wrong or whatever.
Yes. Yes, you are right. You are right that we have this freedom to have training and to from whom to buy. Dr. George is raising hand. Dr. George, sir.
Yes, but if, for instance, if I was a toxicologist or a forensic scientist and I'm giving an opinion based on which either the investigate and prosecute, or the toxicology is interpreted by, say, the forensic medicine people as for the cause of death or whatever. In all the circumstances, the intelligence of the interpretation of data from a machine is my responsibility to rely on or not to rely on. Yes, I can sue them for not, say, meeting the specifications I wanted or I put in a tender for or whatever it is. But I don't think that we can also drag them to court and say the machine and its maker is responsible. I relied on it. That's my feeling. I don't know how the other panelists feel about it.
Yes, yes, it is very clear that we are also relying on the machine, so our responsibility is increased in that manner. So with that, we came to the next question. What is the legal liability of medical errors while using AI as a supportive tool? The question is already answered, I think. Any more comments in that? Anyone? Yes, so I think it is already answered. We can go to the
Yeah,
next.
that's been already answered.
Dr. Imran, there is a question, rather discussion from Dr. Geraldine Sanjay for Dr. George Pal, sir.
Yes.
Can I read it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, it is mentioned that we are very updated in our medical practice in India. However, my concern means Dr. Geraldine Sanjay's concern is that the criminal mind of our society today. And he had mentioned that we are killing our children in their mother's wombs because of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act in our country. And it's a recent amendment. 6 months old babies can be killed for the reproductive freedom of Indian women. So how do we teach ethics and morality to our students? So it has been a very big question mark from his side. And the question has been put to Dr. George Pal, sir.
I think just hold on. Basically, this question is not within the purview of our present scenario. But if Dr. George want to answer,
Otherwise,
then
he has asked about this.
yes, Dr. George, if it is up to you, if you want to answer, it's okay.
Okay, since it's been asked, I would give my thoughts on this. Well, see, so laws are supposed to reflect the mores and the wants and the impressions of the society one lives in. Like if we today we see the rioting and other activities in the West relating to the various events taking place all over the world, some of which these people are not even directly knowledgeable about or involved in, it reflects what the society has inducted or wanted. So similarly, if the society today thinks that it's more important to appease the people who want greater right over terminating a pregnancy rather than the rights of the child, the unborn child, I don't, unless there is a national consensus to discuss this and say counter it or something and repeal what is the amendment from 5th month to 6th month, I don't I don't see any point of us getting emotionally charged up about this. I mean, I agree that it doesn't sound very good for those of us who are very sensitive on these issues, but then it's not in our hands.
Yes, yes, sir. And also this question is rather not within the purview of our present learning objectives. So thank you, Dr. George, for giving appropriate response to it. Now, our next panel question is, what are the ethical and moral responsibilities of doctors using AI assistance? Dr. Vijay, sir.
Yes, sir.
What
the
are
moral
the
responsibility rests with all the medical practitioners, particularly in the specialty of forensic medicine, that we should advance with the technology. And it is usually said that if you forget the time or if you cannot make the pace with the time, then the time will condemn you. So it is the requirement of the modern technology that we should go ahead with the modern technology and we should utilize it as much as possible.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Senthil, this is your topic. You want to respond? Dr. Senthil or Dr. Perumal? Our young scientist?
Yes, sir. I'm audible, sir.
Yes, yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The ethical and moral responsibility should be taken into same consideration like how the duties of doctors are like infamous context. Whenever the patient information they are getting through AI and they are analyzing through AI, at any point of time, privacy should be maintained. And like we are treating patient information, informed consent we are getting. Whenever you are going to use some AI-based technology, the same should be applied for patients also. They should be able to tell patient what AI they are using, how it will be transferred, the data will be kept secret, how the secrecy is maintained. All the information should be available to the patient, and some point of informed consent should be obtained from them if at all they are going to use AI technology. Till now, that is not being practiced because AI is entering into health sector recently, and in future, more and more cases will be receiving ethically and legally pertaining to that. And right from now onwards, we start practicing some kind of consent whenever we are involving some AI technology is the need of the hour right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. Anyone more response?
Yes, sir. Sir, the major issues to ensure patient confidentiality and privacy, sir, while integrating AI into medical practice. So, for that, we can use strong privacy measures like keeping patient data with anonymous and controlling who can access. So, those kind of thing we can implement, sir. And for sensitive issues like patient consent and any kind of forensic documentation analysis, we have to consider like and it's important also to be follow a strict ethical rules and laws like asking patient for permission before using their data and following privacy regulations and also having teams with the doctors and for like forensic experts and with other multidisciplinary departments. So AI specialist can help handle this issue properly, sir. So not only forensic experts, we can make a multiple interdepartmental team to solve this issue, sir.
Thank you, Premal, for your response.
Yes, sir.
I think the ethics and morality is rather specific to human being. I think this is my personal perception that we are more careful about ethics and etiquettes and morality. Robots have some limited emotions. So ethics, morality is rather an emotional phenomena, which I can see. Legalities and ethics are two different parts. So in legalities, we have to fix the accountability. And if there is error, we can take action against that. But for ethical compromises, there is no punishment. So it is rather a human phenomena which is based on our morality and our ethics and etiquettes. Yakubu, yes, go ahead.
All right.
Yakubu. Yes.
Regarding the ethical and moral responsibilities of doctors using artificial intelligence. So, doctors, I think doctors must consider the economic implication of the use of AI in their healthcare facilities. So, in the sense that just like what the earlier speaker said, the consent of the patient or the consent of the client must be drawn into attention before using AI on them. So, and also, the doctors should strive to mitigate the disparities and the accessibility, the quality of the artificial intelligence in the healthcare provider. So it's the responsibility of the doctors or the management to ensure that the artificial intelligence that is going to be used there is serious mitigation of the disparities in the access and the quality of the care. Because as far as AI will be used on a particular patient or client, you will see that the conventional method employed previously, the amount of service to be delivered between the AI and the conventional method will vary. Because so patient, we are going to use artificial intelligence on him, so he needs to pay so amount, which is very expensive. While the local people or the low income earners, the conventional method will be used on them, which is and definitely don't go for it because it's more cheaper and is the only way, is the only facility or the method that is accessible to them. So this disparity should be overcome as far as AI is going to be used, and also the ethical and medical guidelines should be followed as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacobo. Now with this, we go to the next question. Whether AI is a threat to medical practice, medical legal practice, whether we see this as a threat to us. Yes, anyone? Any panelist?
Okay, I'll start.
Yes.
I don't see it as much as a threat as a useful analytical tool, because unless we're foolish enough to let AI dictate what we have to say, it should not be a threat. AI should be actually of assistance to us. I mean, as all our various presenters have presented out here, the power of AI to analyze rapidly, do integrated search and this and that, even help us to a certain extent, compose the text of what we are going to say is useful. But then ultimately, we have to review that. We have to see how relevant it is. And as long as we are doing that and not surrogating our responsibility to AI and later on hoping that AI will take the blame, I don't see it as a threat. That's my opinion. The only worry is this, that because of this fascination with all this new stuff, AI and so many other things and all, we should not come up with laws. We should not come up with laws with, we should not come up with laws.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We should not come up with laws and other things which give them protection and give them, oh, sorry, not protection, give them importance somewhat close to or equal to our opinions. As long as that doesn't happen, I don't see it as a threat to medical legal practice.
Thank you, sir. Nicely said. I have of the same opinion as you.
Sorry.
Yes.
If you allow me, I would say that any equipment or whenever when a new technology comes in, there's advantage and disadvantage. Now you find that young generation doctors, they want very easy thing, But with us, we know that we can do hands-on and so forth. But for them, they will only rely on AI. Also, our students sometimes are copying using smartphones, AI. So we should be very careful. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamad. Now, Jacobo, you have something? Okay, thank you. So with this, we finished with the questions. The question now, it is open to the audience. Audience, have any questions? Please go ahead. Raise your hand. We will come to you. Okay, so since we are receiving the questions from the audience, I can finish this presentation with this very good paper of ethical issues of artificial intelligence in medicine and healthcare by Darius D. Farhood and Shaga Yeg Zaki. So they wrote a very simple paper with very understandable, and based on to this, there are some key points they raised. That ethically in healthcare, current laws are not, this is their conclusion, that the current laws are not enough to protect an individual in health data. Clinical data collected by robots can be hacked into and used for malicious purposes that minimize privacy and security. So they raises the concern for it. Some social networks gather and store large amount of user data, for instance, individual mental health data without their consent, which can be helpful in the marketing, advertising, and sales of these companies. So these new policies and some companies used to steal some data in order to have some gains uh, financially. And some genetic test and bioinformatics companies, which are not legal for of closely monitored sells customer data to pharmaceutical and biotechnological companies. These are some key ethical issues they have raised. Dr. George is raising hand. Dr. George, yes.
Uh, all of us have at some time or the other used things like Facebook and Google and Wikipedia and all that. So if you notice in Facebook, for instance, and to some extent Google, if you have done a search for any medical information, next time you go, it will try to pop up the same thing. They're using AI, right? And the thing is, we do not have control over what they have collected about our choices, our interests. So that's a very simple example of either what is your interest or what is your specialty or what you're looking for or what you're trying to treat, all that kind of stuff. And it's not very far from that to lead to from somewhere to catch on the type of patients you're dealing with and other things and all that, and then to start tracking you and other things. And from that to build up your patient data, other things and all. So it's a dangerous world because all the discussion we are hearing in the West and the inability to control this, the resistance by Facebook and various other people and all that to try to curb the their the data that they have is going to affect us also in our practice in future. That we do not know where they're gathering data from. So there has to be some, while it's coming up so strongly, there has to be something to start regulating and controlling this. And nobody's talking about it because this doesn't get you votes or this doesn't get you powerful committees in politics and other things and all. This is more ethical and moral issues than anything else.
Yes, sir. Some social and some key issues they have also raised is social gap and justice. Automation and advanced economies have widened the gap between developing and advanced countries. Many people lose their job as robots grow and develop. Bookkeepers and managers in different communities could lose their job with the increase of automated systems, and there will be a considerable decrease in salaries. The rise of surgical robots and robotic nurses in healthcare environment operating instead of surgeons and caring the patients instead of nurses threatens their future jobs opportunity. So now, Dr. George, can you say that it may impact uh, this the medical legal services in future, or if they are correct, then we are the next target.
Okay, I can give you an example where it is indirectly starting to affect. If you remember your practice 15, 20 years back, you as an expert in those countries, I have to qualify this, in those countries where you are allowed to give expert opinions privately, because in most countries, as government servants, we are not allowed to act on behalf of the private people, the private parties, and give private opinions. They would pay for it. Today, what happens? Using AI, your lawyer, I have faced it in court. He brings up the easiest and stupidest thing. He says, medicine at Yahoo says this. Do you agree? And it's some stupid article he shows or some stupid reference, which is totally illogical, and you really have to shut him down. But they do manage to get onto interesting papers which make you really think hard before you defend yourself on the stand, on the witness stand. So they are using it, and you're losing your. I mean, if I was in America or UK, where I should have been paid for that advice, I've lost it because that lawyer, instead of paying me, is using artificial intelligence to get the data to screw me. So it is affecting us to some extent. In future, what I would expect is as it gets smarter and more of our data gets properly classified by AI into the right kind of dockets, they will be able to pick through artificial intelligence what is your cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Some key points they have raised is in medical consultation in empathy and sympathy. In obstetric and gynecology, any clinical examination require a sense of compassion and empathy, which will not be achieved with robotic doctors. Children usually experience fear and anxiety as they engage in healthcare setting and meet professionals. Their behavior manifestations are lack of cooperation and withdrawal and aggression that could be uncontrollable with the new robotic medicine system. The use of medical robots in psychiatric hospital may adversely affect patients who have severe psychiatric disorders. Yes. So in clinical forensic medicine, because we used to see doctors as human being. So if someone, for example, in examination of the child abuse and neglect, so if we introduce some robots for that, so of course the patient will be uncomfortable with that. So this is happening, yes, and this is proven in this article. Any comments from your side? Any panelist?
I agree. I mean, it can be disastrous that when a victim of sexual abuse or a child is being carefully handled by sympathetic forensic nurse and the forensic physician, and you have this mechanical robot also coming in there and doing stuff and trying to take samples and doing all kinds of stuff and all that, taking photographs or whatever it is, it can be quite unnerving, and it will kind of make the patient clam up, close up, and be totally uncooperative.
Yes, sir.
Forget about the fact about the distress of psychiatrically imbalanced, temporarily imbalanced condition of the person. It can be, looking at the circumstances, very distressing.
Okay, so I think you have finished or muted. Okay, so now the session is open for the open questions from the audience. If you have any question, you can type it here. We will take the questions. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So I don't think audience have any questions. So let me conclude my panel discussion. So we conclude that at this point of time, we cannot say no to AI-based system. We have to learn living together. This is our conclusion. AI is useful as an assistant, but shared controller of system is rather difficult to accept. The legal liability of medical error will go to the person who is using the AI technique, and it follows the doctrine of borrowed servant, in which the liability lies with the consultant. Capacity building of medical legal experts to control AI smartly will improve the outcome. In practice, we have to believe that AI is an excellent servant with tireless efforts to manage the big shows rather than as a competitor. This is our conclusion for this panel discussion. Now, before I finish, I again want to open the slides for the attendance and the evaluation in the last. So this is our presentation. Now this is the attendance. If any of you have not finished with the attendance, please scan. You have 30 seconds. Scan and finish. You can also join our WhatsApp group. And for the assessment and evaluation of this seminar, you can, yes, Dr. Ahmed, please go ahead. Yes, Dr. Ahmed. Unmute yourself first. Yes, Dr. Ahmed, unmute yourself. I think there's some issue with the voice, so it's not coming. Okay, so with this, we came to an end. Yes,
Hello.
Doctor. Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think if you can send those questions, the survey through the WhatsApp group, it will be, for me, it will be much easier.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah. But
No
also
issues, no issues.
I can't use the scope barcode.
No issues. We will send. You will receive an email. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. That's much better.
Yes. So we will send you the email, this link through email after this webinar, so that you can. Yes, Nirmik.
I myself, I couldn't access the WhatsApp thing.
Yes, we will send it to you. Don't worry.
All right.
What I can see, yes. There is one raised hand from Nirmik Dongre. Yes. Please go ahead, Nirmik Dongre. Ask your question, please. Nirmik.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please ask the question. Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Sir, do you think forensic medicine can be the first branch, as in to get affected by AI first, as it can be more excellent and precise to do postmortem than humans, and there is no need of any sympathetic sense kind of thing also?
Okay. So, Nirmik, in my opinion, we will be the last to be impacted upon. And
Okay,
why
sir.
I'm saying that? Because nobody want to take legal responsibilities. Because
Yes, sir.
when it comes to going to the jail, so nobody will claim that. So
Yes, sir. Yes,
in that
sir.
sense, when some legal action is to be taken and there is legal responsibilities to be fixed, so there are chances that it will be impacted in the last. So and also this our practice is not very much glorified, rather. So we might be impacted in the last, I think.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other comments from Dr. Vijayapal, sir? Any other comments?
It had been a very nice CME. All the participants attended properly, and all the lectures were very good. And I'm very thankful to all the guest speakers, and congratulations to the entire organizing team, and goodbye to everyone.
So yes, so with this note, and I would like to have permission from Dr. Vijay Pal Kanagwal, sir, chairman for this session, to, as we came to an end, to close this session, please.
I declare the session to be closed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. With your
Good
permission.
night.
With your permission, I would like to end this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you, sir.
enjoyed a lot, and we finished well in time.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Tapas.
Thank you, everybody.
We enjoyed a lot. So, lot of things
Yeah.
we have learned.